Here, the classical system rests on four main pillars. The Malthusian population doctrine, wage fund theory, which was promoted by J.S. Mill, a Ricardian theory of rent. The theory of rent was popularized during the 19th century, the theory of rent, and the labor theory of value. So these are the four main classical system. It considered as the main pillars of the classical school of thought. What are the essential features of classical school? So now I'm going to be share Unit 2 PDF file for you. Is it visible for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The essential features of the classical school. What are the essential features? One by one we can see now. The classical economists believed in laissez-faire policy. In the last class itself, I explained what is called laissez-faire policy, non-intervention of government. The government should not interfere in the economic activity alone. Then the next, they believed in the market economy. Market economy is otherwise known as the free trade economy. And they believed in the perfect competition. And also they assumed the condition of full employment. And then they believed in individualism, the self-interest. The self-interest leads to the interest of the society. And then the next, their main thought rests on free trade. Free trade means which will lead to the development of the industries. So their main activity depends upon the commerce, trade activities, and then only they gave preference for the agriculture activities. Their economy operator in the economic class. And the next one is economist. Give the attention the problem of economic growth and development. Economic growth and development. They gave more preference for that one. The classical economist looked at the economy as a whole. It is nothing but a macroeconomy. Macroeconomic approach. Lastly, JB say law of market it bring a lot of change over throughout the world. So these are the main essential features of the classical school of thought. Then we are going to be study about the Adam Smith life period 1723 to 1790. Adam Smith was born in Kirkcaldy, Scotland in 1723. Dear students, I want to register a message to you. We have short span of time to finish the 5 units. So I'm not going to be give a detailed notes about the biography of the economist. So important theory only I'm going to be touched now. So please try to understand the value of the time. Time consistency is very important for us. Thank you. Adam Smith was born in Kirkcaldy, Scotland in 1723. If you want to note any important point from this one, take it down. I will share these notes to you through the proper channel. So you can make use of it, the 5 units of the syllabus, and for the material also it will be available for you. Okay, and then Adam Smith published his book, the famous The Wealth of Nation, in the year 1776. Before that itself, he published a theory of moral sentiment in 1759. He against the thought of the mercantilism. The classical theory was propounded by the Adam Smith mainly to against the mercantilist concept. So in the year 1776, he published The Wealth of Nation. The full name of the book is The Enquiry into the Nature and Causes of Wealth of Nation. In that book only, he challenged the mercantilist thought. He dealt with the economic problem in a systematic manner. So he was the first academic economist. So that's why he has been rightly called the father of political economy. Let's see one by one what are the theories he framed for that one. Value. Value in use, value in exchange. According to Adam Smith, value depends upon utility of the commodity. The first, value in use depends upon the utility of the commodity. The second one, value in exchange depends upon the purchasing power of the commodity. Okay, what is the main idea of Adam Smith? His main idea is resist on wealth of nation. Wealth of nation. How it is works? Principle of division of labor. It based upon the principle of labor. If the economy follows the division of labor, definitely it will be increase the size of the market, size of the production, and it will be leads to the volume of international trade. How it can be possible? Increasing the export, decreasing the import. Through the good trade policy, it can be possible. So wealth of nation creates the economy as strong. This is the main idea of Adam Smith. And then his next content is wages. According to Adam Smith, wages is nothing but contract between the worker and master. But it has to favor the labor only. And the next one is rent. Rent defines in some cases he defined rent as a monopoly price, or another concept he described as a commodity price. High or low rent, it will affect the high or low product price. So in that concern, he described as a rent as a commodity price. And the next one is the profit and interest. Wages and profit moved in the opposite direction. Whenever there may be increase in the wages, definitely it will be decrease the level of the profit of the entrepreneur. And then next moves on to the capital. The capital, he realized the importance of capital in economic development. Capital accumulation is very essential for economy. To increase the development of the industries, as well as it limits the industry level. So capital is very essential concern. And the next important one, division of labor. What is called division of labor? In the exam point of view for your students, division of labor is important topic for you for the UG level. What is called division of labor? Division of labor concept was introduced by Adam Smith in his book Wealth of Nation in the year 1776. What is called division of labor? Division of labor is nothing but dividing the process of production into distinct and several components, and then assigning each component in the hands of labor or set of labor who are specialists in the particular process. So this is the famous and important concept was introduced by the Adam Smith. From this concept only, he was very familiar among the worldwide market level. And I gave the example for you. A tailor stitches a shirt in full in a garment. If they are stitching separately, the hands and the bodies and the collars stitched by separate person, and all the persons are assigning all the commodities in a place, it will save sometimes. So a tailor stitches are in garment division of making use of the division of labor, how they produce the commodities. So I gave the example for you. So division of labor limits the extent of the market. Division of labor limits the extent of market. And the merits of division of labor. What are the merits of division of labor? It improves the efficiency. And production increases. It facilitates the machinery in production. So it leads to increase the technological process. Time consume. So it leads to less cost. Overproduction means increase in the production level. Definitely it will be help to produce a cheaper commodity. So all the things are considered as a merit of division of labor. And another demerits of division of labor. A repetition of the same task will give the monotonous to the workers. That is a main drawback of division of labor. And another thing is it will create the unemployment situation if the worker, if cannot get any job, he is very familiar with only one job, means it will create the unemployment problem in another situation. So it kills the handicraft works, domestic traders. It will affect the domestic traders. If it is production increases at the higher level, that the price will be lower, it will be affect the profit of the producer. So these are some of the demerits of division of labor. Okay, division of labor concept is very important for you. Okay, and the other point is the role of money. Adam Smith explain about that role of money. The economist in general, he de-emphasized the importance of money. Adam Smith thought that money role only for circulation, not to create any other important thing for the society. So it is just a circulation, helpful for the circulation of the money. And the role of government, we will very well known about that one. The classical theory gave top preference to the laissez-faire policy, which was created by the physiocrats. Why they based on the non-interference of government? The government should play the minimum role. The restrictions of the government will give a short up to the producers. So the role of the government should be limited. And the next important topic which was given by our Adam Smith is canon of taxation. What is called canon of taxation? Canon of taxation is nothing but the fundamental principle of taxation. What is called canon of taxation? The fundamental principle of taxation. When the government put a tax to the people, they have to keep in mind some certain things. That is called canon of taxation. The first one is canon of equity, canon of certainty, canon of convenience. What is called canon of equity? Canon of equity, it is nothing. It is nothing but ability to pay. Rich should be taxed more, poor should be taxed less. So uniform tax. So it is called canon of taxation. Then what is called canon of certainty? Every taxpayer should know the amount to be paid, where to be paid, when to be paid. So that's the things should known by the taxpayer. That the canon, it is called canon of certainty. When, how much, where to be paid. And the other one is the canon of convenience. The tax payment should be convenient and less burdensome to the taxpayer. The tax payment should be convenient and less burdensome. For example, the tax amount should be collected from the agriculture owner, means the tax should be collected after the harvesting of the harvesting. It should be easy for them to pay the tax amount. So it should be convenient and less burdensome. And the next one is the canon of economy. What is called canon of economy? It is the point of the view of the tax collector. Who is a tax collector here? The government or the tax collector. So the cost of collecting the tax amount should be kept at the minimum possible level. The expenditure should be minimum. Then only it gains the good revenue to the government. So the cost of collecting the tax amount should be kept at the minimum possible level. This is called as canon of economy. So this one is important content which was explained by our Adam Smith. The criticism of Adam Smith, obviously we know that one. Laissez-faire policy, it is one of the drawback nowadays because without interference of the government, we can't do anything. And the next one, full employment situation. The underemployment situation is very essential for us. And the next one is perfect competition. In the world, nowadays, in the world, while there is no perfect competition exists in the economists. So these are some of the drawback of the Adam Smith. Even though so many criticism are there, but we know we can realize the importance of the Adam Smith because still he is called father of economics for his contribution only. And the next important classical economist is David Ricardo. 1772 to 1823 is the life period. Next to Adam Smith, Ricardo is the greatest name in the classical school. And then, even though Adam Smith is the founder, but the more contribution given by the David Ricardo. That's why he is called the leader of the classical school. You can see the life cycle of the Ricardo and what the works he done it. The important work. The important work on the principle of political economy was published in the year 1810, and another important work, a pamphlet, The High Price of Bullion, a proof of the depreciation of banknotes, was published in the 1810. It received a lot of fame for him. So Ricardian system. What is the main theory of Ricardo? He's an analytical genius. He believed in the abstract logic method of economic system. He was a believer in the doctrine of laissez-faire, and then he considered money as a way. And Ricardo approached the problem of exchange value from the cost accepted, based on the labor theory of value. Ricardo incorporated the pessimistic value of those who propounded the theory of Malthusian theory of population. Lastly, Ricardo analysis of rent is based on the law of diminishing returns. Okay, so for the first, if we can start the Ricardian concept on the concept of political economy. He regarded political economy. Adam Smith considered as a political economy an inquiry into the nature and cause of wealth of nation, but slightly differ from his view. An inquiry into the laws which determine the division of the produce among the classes who concur in its formation. Political economy and taxation. He clearly gave upon a view of the political economy, totally different from the Adam Smith. And then the next is value. Value in use, value in exchange. He accepted that, but value in use, according to Adam Smith, value in use and value in exchange mainly depends upon the utility and the purchasing power of that commodity. But he defined that value in use and value in exchange commodity mainly depends upon the scarcity and the quantity of the labor amount required to prepare that value in exchange commodity. So his views on value and Ricardian theory of rent. This one is very important concept which was propounded by the Ricardo during the 19th century. This is called the traditional rent theory. He is very familiar for this one. So it is very important in the exam point of view. Ricardian theory of rent. Originally, rent refers to any periodical payment made for the use of a land. But Ricardo described what is called rent. What is called rent? Rent is a portion of the produce of the earth which is paid to the landlord for the use of the original and indestructible power of the soil. Indestructible power of the soil. This is rent which was described by the Ricardo to explain the rent theory of profit. In this, to explain this Ricardian theory of rent, he used a concept that colonization. Some set of people first come and settle down in a place, and they utilizing the first grade of land, and again some people, but in the first time there is no rent paid by the people for that land. Again, some set of people settle down in that place. They are occupying the second grade of land. So here the shortage arises for the first grade land. They are occupying the second grade land. And some other people and coming and settle down in the same place. So they are occupying the third grade land. Which one it is? He denoted that the third grade land is no rent land. So for the first grade land, the shortage arises because of the scarcity. Rent arises for the first grade land, and for because of occupying of the third grade land, there may be a scarcity for the second grade land also. So rent arises for the second grade land. Why the rent arises? Because of shortage, because of scarcity of the fertile land. So he mentioned about the three grade land: first grade, second grade, third grade. For third grade only, he described as a no rent land, or otherwise it is called marginal land. Marginal land. The first grade land, why it receive a higher rent? Because of shortage. Again, there is a shortage for the second grade land also. So it also receives a comparatively lesser rent. So this is the theory mainly described by our Ricardo in the Ricardian theory of rent during the period of the 19th century. But he received some criticism for that rent theory also. The first one is original indestructible power. He used to explain what is called rent, original and indestructible. We can easily understand that there is no indestructible power of the soil. It may be, if it is used continuously, definitely it will lose the fertility. So original and indestructible power of soil, it criticized. And the next one is land alone. The rent arise only land, peculiarly land alone. He described Ricardo, but land alone only the rent cannot be arise nowadays. Even for the labor also we can pay some extra amount for their specialization. So it considered as a rent also, quasi rent. So many variety of rents are there. So then the next one is Ricardo views rent does not enter into the price of the commodity. Definitely it is not like that. Whenever you are keeping fixing the price, the rent wage, rent, interest and other things, the four capital of the four factors of production and the four remunerations of production are enter into the price. So we cannot deny it. But Ricardo does not accept that the price cannot be entered by the rent. So Ricardo theory does not take the scarcity rent. So he is considered only the plenty, but the scarcity mainly the problem arises because of scarcity only. So he forgot it, mainly based upon the perfect competition. Nowadays there is no perfect competition in the worldwide. So these are some of the criticism of the Ricardian theory of rent. And the next concept is the wages. Wage are the price of the labor. Wage are the price of the labor. But according to Ricardo, the natural price of labor is that price which is necessary to enable laborer one with another to subsist and to perpetuate their race. So according to him, the price is very wages is the very essential concept. And the next one is the profit. He didn't give a clear-cut idea for the profit and the money. He realized the importance of money. That's why he was very familiarized by the pamphlet. The problem of the currencies prevails during his time only. So he gave top preferences for the money also. And another important contribution of the Ricardo is the theory of comparative cost. What is called comparative cost? Comparative cost advantage theory. Absolute advantage theory was given by Adam Smith. Contrarily, he gave comparative cost advantage. In this theory, he tried to explain that if a country able to export more in what they are having a cheaper cost of production, in which they are giving more amount of the production. So it will give a lesser price for them. So they have to concentrate on the comparative cost. So which is very advantage to that country. Instead of producing all the commodity by themselves, producing the advantage, those commodity have lesser cost and more advantage in their nature of the economy. So based on this concept only, he propounded that theory of comparative cost advantage theory. For example, India produces very familiar in textile industry than in the wine production. So they can fully concentrate on the textile production. If the England are very familiar in the wine production other than the textile, so they have to be concentrate on the wine production. We can exchange now through the international trade. So this is the main concept which was based on the cost advantage. So comparative cost advantage theory he propounded it. So it has some criticism also, and then he described about the stationary state and something. Okay, let's move on to the T.R. Malthusian theory. Thomas Robert Malthus. Thomas Robert Malthus. He is very famous for Malthusian theory of population. His main work are an essay on the principle of population in 1798 and the principle of political economy in 1820. In 1820. Move on to the another concept, Malthusian theory of population. This is very important concept which was propounded by the T.R. Malthus. He is called the first demographer. Why he is so called? Because he gave the first theory on the population, he studied the population and full detail in yearly period itself. So that's why he is called first demographer. Malthusian theory of population, essay on population in 1798. The Malthusian theory, he discussed about the relationship between the population and the food supply. He clearly explained the population theory with the help of the how increase in the population rate and increase in the food supply rate. So relationship between population and the food supply. This is the main essence of the Malthusian theory of population, and it is based on law of diminishing return. And it is based on the theory, it is based on the main assumption of the theory, it is based on law of diminishing return. And the next one is, the two fundamental assumptions are food is necessary for human essence, so we have to produce. And the next one is, passion between the sexes is necessary, will remain nearly in its present state. So these are the two main fundamental assumptions based for the Malthusian theory of population. So in his theory, he clearly explained population increases at a geometric ratio, food supply increases at a arithmetic ratio. Geometric ratio means the increase in the production of the population multiplying, but increase in the food supply is adding. So there is a imbalances between the increase in the population and the food supply. Both are in the positive method, but the increment in the population rate is very higher than the increase in the food supply. So the economy having the condition to rectify the imbalances between the food supply and population rate. So he used to explain two checks: preventive check and positive check. Preventive check and a positive check. What is called preventive check? The man-made check. The people have to come forward to check the population rate. So it is called preventive check. For example, adapting family planning, postponing the birth rate, late marriages, celibacy, using the contraceptives. So these are considered as a preventive check. The man come forward to check the population rate by following some concept. That is called preventive check. Another one is the positive check. What is called positive check? If the man fail to check the population growth rate, the nature will be taking some steps to control the population. For example, drought, famine, and other things which are very dangerous to the people, epidemics, war. So many things are naturally happen. That one it is called positive check. So preventive check, positive check. He used to explain, to correct the population rate. So this is the main importance of the Malthusian theory. To correct the imbalances between the food supply and the population. Through the technology also we can increase food supply. But without controlling the population rate, we cannot give the balances between them. So that is the main essence which was given by the Malthus, and he criticized on the following background. Every 25 years we can creating a small quantity like Australia. So it is now this point not having a proof in the world. So these are some of the demerits of Malthus: law of diminishing return, international trade and commerce. So many point out by the Malthus for the correct the imbalances between these two things, but it failed to give some proof for the people, so it was criticized by some other people. So another important theory was Malthusian theory of glut. First, we have to understand what is called glut. Glut is nothing but stagnation. Glut is nothing but stagnation because of the overproduction. There may be a stagnation in the market situation. It will create some crisis. So and then it leads to the depression and another problem. So fluctuations, economic fluctuations are happening, some problem. So Malthus clearly give the theory of glut. So this is the another important contribution of T.R. Malthus. So he concentrated on value, and another thing also, even though he failed to prove something, but he is very famous for his Malthusian theory of policy, Malthusian theory of population still now. And the next important economist, J.S. Mill, 1806 to 1873. This is a life period of J.S. Mill. He was greatest. He considered a greatest economist in the classical school, and because his theory gave some modern views, so he gave lot of important theory during his period. J.S. Mill, 1806, he born in 1806, he died at 1873. Mills as an economist. One by one, I can give the information for you about the J.S. Mill, the law of self-interest. What is called self-interest? Self-interest is nothing but individual interest. Individual interest, definitely, if I feel very good, if I want to lead a good life, means definitely it will give you a good life for the family, not only for the family, for the society also. So self-interest will lead to the good interest for the society also. And the next one is the law of free competition. Free competition. In this concept, he tried to explain that free competition, without restriction, without some strong regulation, relaxing the regulation, definitely it will be improve the international trade among the countries. So law of free competition. Then the law of population. He strongly supported the Malthusian theory of population. And then the value. More or less, he settled the problem according to Mill. Happy, there is nothing in the law of value which remains for the present of any future writer problem to clear up. The theory is a subject complete. What do you mean by here? What he mean by that one value means it mainly depends upon the happy which I get from that commodity. So value. And the next one is the law of wages. Law of wages is associated with the wage fund doctrine. This one is very important theory which was proposed by the J.S. Mill. Wage fund theory. In this one, wage fund doctrine may be assumed some assumptions also. Wage depend mainly upon the demand and supply of labor. So, wage fund theory doctrine was propounded by the J.S. Mill. He was familiar for his theory. And then a proportion between the population and the capital, the wage has to be there. And certain things follow the wage fund doctrine. The wage fund doctrine was used to show that the attempt made by the workers by means of trade union activity. So wage fund doctrine are based on the opposing the trade unionism. But Mill believed that workers have every right to combine to raise their wages. Yeah, obviously, each and every laborer has the right to demand their wages for the work, how they are sacrifice their pleasure So they need some support from the employer. So and then the next, the law of rent, he accepted the Ricardian theory of rent. The laws of profit will borrow the laws of profit from the Nassau Senior. Later we were going to be see about the Nassau Senior. Law of international trade, he strongly supporting the Ricardian theory, which was familiarly given the comparative cost advantage theory. So these are the main ideas of J.S. Mill. And the next one is J.B. Say. His life period is 1767 to 1832. Jean Baptiste Say was a Frenchman who popularized the ideas of Adam Smith in the French continent. His main work was a treatise on political economy. It was published in 1803. 1803. Nature and scope of political economy. He explained about political economy. It is a study of law which govern the wealth. So he divided the subject of economics into three main division: one production, the second one is consumption, and then third one is the consumption of the wealth. So he described economics as a part of three things. So and the next, he gave preference for law of market. This one is important thing explained by the J.B. Say, which is very, very important concept for exam point of view for the student. Says law of market. J.B. Say law of market. J.B. Say law of market. What is called law of market? He is considered to be generated contribution to economic data. During his days, J.B. Say live with some businessmen. So he tried to disprove the belief of the law of market. So demand creates a supply. He want to disprove it. So supply creates its own demand. Oppositely, he explained his law of market theory, that he tells that the supply creates its own demand. First, you have to give the supply. It will create the own demand for that commodity. So likewise, he started his law of market. So he earns a good name for his theory. So the law of market was, what are the main things, implications for sales law of market? Supply creates its own demand. So only on the basis of the assumption of full employment. This one is the first thing he tried to explain his theory based on full employment situation. So there is a possibility of trade cycle also. And the next one is profitable had a wide market. It will increase the demand for goods and raise their prices. So wide market. And the next one, interested in the prosperity of everyone else. And the law of market has been support the free trade doctrine. So I think there is no need to explain again and for you for the full employment, for competition, laissez-faire. So all the things are considered as a essential feature of classical school. That's why I explained very start itself. So criticism. The Say's law of market criticized by J.M. Keynes on different background, because mainly because of following the Say's law of market during the period of 19th century, 1929, the Great Depression happened, mainly because of classical concept. So Keynes tried to against the classical theory on the following background: full employment. There is no existence of full employment. So underemployment situation is a main thing, and then laissez-faire policy is not working. So many things are criticized by the Keynes on the background of the J.B. Say law of market and value. Conclusion: J.B. Say plays important role in the history of economic doctrines. We assume the opinion of J.B. Say with the world Haney, no Smith, no or Ricardo, but he was no more popularized. So the history of political economy would have been different without a JB say. So he have some important role. And then we are going to be touch about that socialistic, what is called socialism. Socialism is totally different. Socialist thought main against the classical school of view. So their essential features are some other things we are going to be see in the following classes. In that, the first main author is Sismondi. His life period is 1773 and 1842. Sismondi was a Swiss economist and a historian also. He was born in Gemini, Switzerland in 1773. He died in 1842. 1842. So many backgrounds are there. I want to summarize it as short as possible. The main aim of this ideas is economic ideas of Sismondi's on political economy is wealth of nation depended upon its enjoyment or happiness. Dependent upon enjoyment or happiness. Wealth is produced only to promote the welfare. This one is very essential point mentioned by the Sismondi. Wealth of nation is produced only to promote the welfare of the people. So socialism mainly depends upon the welfare concept, but capitalism is considered as a profit motive, but their main view is the welfare motive, welfare of the people. So but he is not he gave important theory but not familiar like other people. We are going to be see about the Karl Marx. So he was very famous but not that much level as Sismondi is famous. Okay, so then the role of government. Socialism, the word itself represented the role of the government is more than the private sector. So the public sector plays very important role in the economic activity. They can fix the price. They can what amount should be produced, what for what prices they have to be sold. All the things are depends upon the government only. So Sismondi and socialism and conclusion. Sismondi's thought was not much familiar like Karl Marx. Now we are moving to the Karl Marx. Karl Marx, who is Karl Marx? Karl Marx is a founder of scientific socialism. He was the greatest person, greatest economist, greatest philosopher. So many things are for the Karl Marx to describe about his character and nature. It is very peculiar. If you have a chance to read about the biography of the Karl Marx, and we can enjoy the love story of Karl Marx. His lover, wife was Jenny. If you have any time, you go through it. It's very interesting to study, and we can realize a lot of things from nowadays also. Karl Marx, 1818, he was called founder of scientific socialism. He died in 1883. A lot of struggle. He suffered a lot of struggle. But apart from that, still he revolutioned among some of the people of the world. So many, he himself, his theory himself called a Marxism, Marxist revolution. So many things are have to be considered about the Karl Marx. So Karl Marx was a revolutionary even during his youth itself. So one of his best friend, Friedrich Engels, 1820 he born, and he 1895 he died. He born in England, but Karl Marx born in Germany. So there are a lot of story are there between the Engels and the Karl Marx and the Jenny and the society. So we are not going to be touched there. Engels was a close friend to him, and not only a close friend, he is the financial supporter to the Karl Marx. Whenever Karl Marx need some usual breather, Engels gave his hands to save the Karl Marx. So after his death only the volume of the book was published, only with the help of the Engels. So Karl Marx, so many theory are there. Surplus theory of labor value. Labor theory of value is the famous theory which was given by the Marx. Marx developed his theory of surplus value from the labor theory of value. So Marx developed the theory of surplus from the Ricardian setup only. Exactly, which was the physiocracy theory was Quisney was given upon the surplus value. So Marx let the labor alone to be productive of surplus value. So labor alone considered as a productive. Other thing which land, capital, organization are considered as a not much productive as labor. So Marx, and then Marxian theory of unemployment, which speaks a industrial reserve army. This one important one mark question for you for attending the competitive paper. Industrial reserve army is based on the Ricardian theory of the technological unemployment and Marxian theory of falling the profit, anticipating the classical economist. So the conflict between the wage and profit, which Marx spokes had been already discussed by the Ricardo. Marx accept and deductive method is essential. Marx theory are mainly depends upon the abstract method and the deductive method. The theory is tools used by, which was mainly used by the Ricardo. He used the same things. So this is are important things we have to analyze about the Marxian economic analysis. Labor source, labor paid wages is the own value. The value for labor is the amount of labor required to rear. This is the main point we have to underline it, my dear students. Labor is paid in wages for his own value. The value of the labor is the amount of labor required to rear, train and maintain the laborers. Based on that only, the value should be based. And the surplus value. The capitalist enjoys the workers for more hours than the necessary amount of work, maintaining them, and hence he is able to secure a surplus value, which comes to him in the produce a surplus above the wage paid to a worker. So in this things he tried to explain that the capitals, he used a term that is called bourgeois. The bourgeois are exploiting the labor. They are giving more work for them. They are working for more hours, but payment is very low compared to the working hours. Remuneration is very low. So in his surplus theory of value, he tried to explain the exploitation of the capitalist society. So and then falling rate of profit, here he tried to explain that the rate of profit should be kept at the minimum possible level. After that only the wage to given by the labor should be increased. So his main concept mainly depends upon giving a big bonk to the capitalist society and saving the labor society. Economic crisis. Because of following the classical school of thought, the Jebusei law of market, by producing more and commodities, cheaper commodities, it will give a overproduction. So it leads to the economic crisis. To control the crisis, the government should involve in that one. So somebody has to be regulate the economy, that the power will be resist on the government. So Marxian theory of value, I explain now only. So what are the things he tried to explain about the theory of value. labor value, labor power, labor theory of value only. In which he explained the labor theory, in which concept he explained the labor theory of value and the surplus value. What is called surplus value here? The surplus value is nothing but the excess of the profit which were incurred by the capitalist by giving some amount support, not supporting the labor, exploiting the labor, they are enjoying the surplus value. So to reduce it, he explained this theory. So in some background of this theory, he criticized by it. He criticized it. So Marx is considered as a teacher. Marx considered as an ideology. So many things are very famous to explain the value of the Karl Marx and Marxian theory, how his theory was revolutionized among the world countries. Okay, now we are going to see about that nationalist. In the nationalist nothing but there is a slight difference between the socialist and the nationalist. Socialist are giving a topmost priority for the role of the government. The nationalists are giving the role for the government. But the political economic writers half of the 19th century, they were found largely outside the England, especially in Germany. Nationalists were critics of the classical school. They attacked the individualism. The same thing which was described by the socialist theory, the same thing was explained by the nationalist theory also. But according to the features of the economy, the socialism and the nationalists are slightly different with their thought only. They advocated steps to increase the productive power of the nation. Here, the main point, the main differences between the socialism and the nationalist thought, productive power of the nation, while the economists looked at the national wealth merely as a sum of the wealth of individual. The nationalists consider individuals merely as a dependent part of the nation and thought that wealth of the individual depend upon the wealth of nation. Thus, nationalists support the interest of the individuals to the interest of the nation only, not the self-interest. So here the main point differ from the socialism and the other things. Who are the famous economists are the followers of the nationalist means the Frederick List and Naso William Sr. Frederick List, 1789 and 1846 was the lifespan of the Frederick List. List was the leader of protectionist group among the nationalists. Underline the point, my dear students. Leader of the protectionist group among the nationalists. We may also consider him for the forerunner of the historical school. The main reason for propounding the historical school is the main view of the Frederick List, the nationalist, one who protectionist leader of the protectionist group by the middle of the 19th century. And what are the important things he considered about economic ideas means the national system of political economy 1840 is the great work of the List. National system of political economy in 1840 is a great work of List. To understand the economic ideas of List, it is essential to understand the condition of the Germany first. So during half of the 19th century, how the Germany affected by many fluctuations. For that only the Frederick List or even Karl Marx are giving a solution to the problem that help for us to study about a separate theory nowadays. Circulation. And the next one is which is to prevent the circulation of the blood. In a petition, List stated that in short, while other nations cultivate the science and arts whereby the commerce and industry are extended, German merchants and manufacturers must devote a great part of their time to study of the almost the complete absence of the import duties. This one important thing, he identified that how the Germany are not supported by some laws, so how they are exploited. List developed the main theories of new ideas. The ideas of nationality contrasted with that of the cosmopolitanism, and the idea of productive power are as contrasted with that of the exchange value. These are the main ideas which are differ from the other school of thought. So the two, cosmopolitanism and the ideas of productive power. So these are the two important things we have to identify in the list thought, that classification of nation among the two stages of economic development. List has divided nation into 5 categories. The one is savage stage, pastoral stage, agricultural stage, agriculture and manufacturing stage, agriculture and manufacturing and commercial stage, which are these are the different 5 stages which are developed by the nationalist school of thought. The each and every economy should following this type of the stages. So the important thing considered by the list, exchange values and productive power. Exchange values and productive power. He makes a distinction between the exchange value and productive power. According to him, the national power should not be estimated in terms of exchange value. What was important for a nation was not so much the actual amount of a material wealth. It is important identification which was given by the list, the actual amount of material wealth which it possessed by its productive power. Material wealth which it's processed by the productive power. So the productive power depends upon the ability of a nation to replace what has to be consumed, what had to be consumed. So here the exchange value and productive power, how both are related, or how it used to increase the wealth of the nation. This was a pioneer work of the list. So list ideas on protectionism. He advocated the policy of protectionism. He believed that Germany could become a strong manufacturing country only by adopting a policy of protectionism. The essence which was based on the first natural basis for industry. Its progress has been retarded by the competition of a powerful rival. So industrial path is very essential, and the industrial path essential means they have to be supported by the people and as well as by the government. So protection should be very need to safeguard the infant industries, domestic traders. So it will be leads to the wealth of the nation. So these are the main points was mentioned by the list in his theory. Then the emergence of the historical school. Historical school was a dominant in Germany in the second half of the 19th century. The first half of the 19th century, the classical school of thought remain as a powerful economic thought. After that, only it starts to fail when the socialism, nationalism, nationalists are emerge as a strongest power. After that, only the historical school of thought also arises. So their main backgrounds are there, and then here also important that one, the role of the government fails to protect the individual interest. So many things are there. So their approaches are mechanical approaches, or from organic approach, and then historical school of thought developed an evolutionary approach to the study of the society. So in the historical school of thought, who is very familiar means Naso William Senior. His life period is 1792-1864. Naso William Sr. was born in 1790 in England. He died in 1864. His main work are there. His major work was An Outline of Political Economy in 1836. Brings a greater name for him, the scope and method of political economy. So he give top priority to the political economy, how it is based. His important political economy concept is based on the four proportion. Every man desires to obtain additional wealth with a little sacrifice as possible. Yes, we have to sacrifice to get up wealth in our life. So based on that proposition, first he propounded that one. Then a second one is the Malthusian principle of population. He followed the theory of Malthusian theory of population. So the third one, laws of returns in industries operate. The law of diminishing return in agriculture also operate. So these are the four main background he used to explain the political economy and how the method should be followed by the political economy. And value is according to him, value is nothing but quality is anything which fits it to be given, received in exchange. And subsistence and capital formation. The word subsistence is nothing but waiting. I'm waiting. If I put a capital to start a business, means I have to wait to enjoy the fruit of the capital. So I'm waiting to enjoy it means that for waiting that time I received some premium, that is called subsistence. So here utility and demand. He believed that demand depends upon the degree in which thing was desired. Depend upon the degree at which the thing was depend. The pleasure, the pain and pleasure, the difference between the pain and pleasure, the utility maybe depends upon. Then the theory of wages, according to whom wages depends upon the extent of the fund, the maintenance of the labor. So wage fund theory, he supported the wage fund theory. And then the law of increasing return. Here increasing returns is a stage which was cost of production is very minimum, production is very greater, so the profit margin also very greater for the employer. So that type of the stage, that stage referred as the law of increasing return. So he supported the law of increasing return. It increased the productive power. So these are the ideas which was given by the Naso William Sr. And the third unit, we are starting with what is called marginalism. What is called marginalism? Marginalism describe both an economic method of this makes an Kurnet Pioneer of mathematical economists 25 years. So in the third unit, we are going to be up to Naso William Sr. We finished the second unit. The next one, we are going to be start about the third unit, the marginalism. Marginalism is nothing but giving the preference for the marginal theory. Marginal, what is called marginal? Marginal is nothing but additional made to the total. Additional made to the total. So marginalism is very essence of the marginalistic concept. Why it is so important? Who are the famous authors are there? In that one, in the marginal school of thought, we are going to be study about Kurnet, and then Kurnet oligopoly theory, and another one is Gozen, and the next one important author is so many Karl Menger, Wixed, and so many authors are in the marginal school of thought. We can see one by one now. First, we can start from Kurnet. Why is marginalism is important? The development of marginal theory help to better explain human rationality, human action, subjective valuation, and effective market prices. In doing so, marginal analysis opened the door for the new era in the micro theory of concept. The best known example of this diamond water paradox. Could you know that what is called diamond? What is called diamond water paradox? Diamond water paradox, which was familiarized by the Adam Smith only. Water have the value in exchange, but we are giving the topmost priority for diamond or water, means we are giving the priority for the exchange value of diamond only, not for the water. But it is essential for living, without which we can't live. We know very well about that one, but we are very interested in the exchange value only. Why? So this water diamond paradox, which was given by the Adam Smith, it giving the way path to the implementation of the marginalist theory. Marginalist theory, the marginalism is nothing but additional made to the total. Additional made to the total. So, marginal theory, known as the marginalist revolution, is seen dividing a line between the classical and modern economist. Why it is important? It's very independent, almost simultaneously. Three economists solved the puzzles in the 1870s, especially Jevons, Kolmenger, and Walras. So they suggested that individual consumers don't choose between all of the world water versus of all of the world diamonds. Obviously, they would pick up the water if given the choice of economics. So their views are mainly depends upon the choice of economics only. So in that marginalist theory, we are going to be see about Augustin Cournot. His lifespan is 1801 to 1877. He's a French philosopher, mathematician, and great economist. Cournot has been rightly hailed as one of the greatest proto-marginalists. His main contributions, his main publications, the unique insights of his major economic works are researches into the mathematical principle of wealth. In the year 1838, he published. He is very famous for his theory, and so many works are there. In that one, Cournot begins with some preliminary remarks of the role of mathematics applied to the social science. And nowadays, the economics plays very important role in the worldwide, but mathematical based. That's why the new subject, it is called econometrics. Mathematical method and statistical analysis used in economic theories, it is called econometrics. The basic foundation for the mathematical analysis, which was put by the Cournot during his period itself. So Cournot, he first three chapters of his book, he through the definition of wealth, absolute versus the relative prices, and the law of one price. So many contributions are there. He unveils his demand function. He writes it is general form as demand is equal to F of P. He is the first person giving a mathematical formation for the economic theory. He assumed that F is equal to function, demand is a function of price. So price is the main determinant of the demand, we know. So he give some equation, and as well as some curve diagrammatic solution for this equations also. And he examined the impact of various forms of the taxes and bounties and price and quantity produced, as well as the impact of the income of producers and the consumers. So Cournot is very famous for his theory, duopoly model. Duopoly. First, we have to understand competition may be divided into two: perfect competition, imperfect competition. Imperfect competition is not imperfect competition divided into different category: monopoly, duopoly, oligopoly, and monopolistic competition, and so on. First, in that one, monopoly is refers to a market situation where there is a single seller, and monopolistic competition refers to the blending mode of the monopoly as well as the competition existing. Nowadays, we are enjoying this monopolistic competition only. There is no role played by the perfect competition or other situations, but market situation, we are enjoying the monopolistic competition nowadays only. We are facing it. So Cournot model is resist on the duopoly model. What is called duopoly? Duopoly is nothing but two sellers are there determining the market condition. Two sellers dominating the market situation. They are fixing the price, how they are competing with each other. So that type of the economy is called duopoly. He is strongly explain and giving diagrammatic explanation also. So Cournot very famous for his duopoly theory and monopolistic competition. And another person is H.H. Gosen, Hermann Heinrich Gosen, lifespan 1810 to 1858. He is an important figure. He is the godfather for Alfred Marshall. So H.H. Gosen's theories which was refined by the Alfred Marshall. So H.H. Gosen was considered as a not only economist, he was a French engineer. So many contributions. He published his book, Development of the Laws of Exchange Among Men in 1854. Gosen's analysis of the two human conduct exhibits three main features: one, utilitarianism, consumption approach, mathematical method. You have to keep in the mind whenever you are crossing the word Gosen. So we have to keep it in mind that utilitarianism. What is called utility? What is called utility? Utility is nothing but the power of commodity to satisfy the human wants. The basic concept of economics which you are understand in the microeconomics. So utility concept based theory which was proposed by the H.H. Gosen. So Gosen analysis of economic system is based on hedonism. Bentham's utilitarianism can be seen through, according to him, man tries to maximize his pleasure, minimize his pain. This is the main concept which was explained by the H.H. Gosen. Maximize his pleasure and minimize his wealth. He believed the aim of all human conduct is to maximizing the enjoyment. So Gosen first law, it stated that amount of one same enjoyment diminishing continuously has been pursued with that enjoyment without interruption until satisfaction is reached. So in the modern times, this law is known as the law of diminishing marginal utility, which was developed and refined by the Alfred Marshall. So for Alfred Marshall theory, the main essence which rests on the Gosen's thought only. So Gosen's second law, the law tells that each man will spend his money on different commodities in such a way that amount of all enjoyments are equal. Here you can understand that we are committing so many activities, but on all the activities, eating food to satisfying my hunger, seeing a movie to get some entertainment in my life. So many activities are there, but from all the activities we are gaining the equal satisfaction. So that is the main essence which was given by the H.H. Gosen. His second law. Gosen's views on the value are based on the two laws only. First, the utilitarian laws, and the second law of the law of equimarginality. So based on that only, he depicts the enjoyment, how the individual are enjoying their good to get the pleasure, to increase the pleasure in the economy. Okay, and then next, Stanley William Jevons. Jevon's lifespan is 1835 to 1882. He is born in September 1st of 1835. He died in 1882. So his important works are written. Some other important work of theory. His concept on theory of political economy. Economics is a mathematical discipline, not out of convenience, but rather than because of economics fundamentally deals in the quantities. So he described about that quantities. He described about the quantities. So even though the Gosens explain about the utility or pleasure or pain, but he tried to explain about the quantity, how the people are much enjoying with that one. So the theory of pleasure and pain was very famous for Jevons. So his theory is based on intensity, duration, and propinquity, remoteness, certainty, and uncertainty. So out of which he explained clearly about how the people are gaining the pleasure and try to maximize the pleasure and try to minimize the pain. Between relationship between the pleasure and the pain, how they are enjoying, getting the enjoy that much of the enjoyment. He tried to give the quantity base. So he used the mathematical proportion for that one. So he is very famous for his theory. So diagrammatic explanation for this theory, theory of labor. He defined labor, any painful exertion, mind or body undergone partially or wholly with a view of future good. This one is the important definition of labor, which was given by the Jevons. Very important for us for in the examination point of view. Three quantities are involved: amount of painful exertion, amount of produce, amount of utility gain from that one. So based on this only, the labor theory, which was framed by the Jevons. So theory of capital. Economics is equal to the science of the capitalization. Fundamentally agrees with Ricardo. He agrees the Ricardian theory of capital, free capital and wages of labor, stock, food, clothing are the main part of the capital he considered in the theory of capitals. So these are the main concept which was propounded by the Stanley Jevons. So we started the third unit. And another one coming, if I getting chance to explain detail in other concept, definitely I will give a deep notes to you students. Thank you. Thank you very much for listening to the class. Thank you.
Good morning, students. Microeconomics class. So I'll just share the screen. Yeah, I think we started with Unit 3 and Unit 1. A quick recap of 2 units, just 5 minutes. You know what we had in Unit 1. We spoke about what is microeconomics, utility, wants, demand, supply, giffen goods, income and substitution effect, as well as what is complementary goods and what is substitutable goods. All these we spoke about this in Unit 1. And Unit 1, the final angel curve I left. Last week I said, okay, we will deal with angel. Just only one point I left in angel curve. So actually in microeconomics, angel curve describes how the household expenditure on a particular goods or services varies with household income. That is, actually, it shows the quantity demanded of a commodity in response to the change in income level. Same thing we saw for income elasticity. How much income, when your income rises, how much your quantity demand will also rise. But here, it speaks exactly how much the household expenditure will be. It's a graph which says about the quantity demanded for a good as a function of income. That is the way how the angel curve is represented. And then in unit 2 we spoke about supply. What is supply? Elasticity of supply, elasticity of demand and supply. Kindly have a look at it. It is important. And then what is production analysis? We spoke. What is production? Production, we said, converting input into output. That is simply production means. And then what did we say? We spoke about factors of production. What is factors of production? Land, labor, capital, and organization. And then we said there are concept of production. We spoke how it is measured using total productivity, average productivity, and marginal productivity. So I'll quickly go back to the I'll just share this PPT. Oh, PPT only I'm sharing. Okay. Okay. Yeah, in productivity, this is what supply is. The factors affecting supply, elasticity of supply, and what happens when supply and demand intersects. This point is little important. The point over here, we can term it as E. I don't know. Yeah, E. Okay, I think the screen is visible. This point is E, where E is nothing but equilibrium price. Okay, this is called as an equilibrium price, and this is equilibrium quantity demanded and quantity supplied, because both the curves are intersecting. I think I gave you this example, like if you're going to buy a commodity and the seller is giving telling a price, and you as a buyer you try to bargain it, and both of you come to a point where the seller will also be happy to give the product to you, and you as a buyer will be happy to get the product. So this is called as an equilibrium price, and this we call it equilibrium. In simple English is nothing but state of rest. So neither the producer nor the supplier, like neither the producer nor the consumer has a tendency to move away from each other. So they're happy with this price. So this is called as an equilibrium price. In this particular graph, equilibrium price is 3 and equilibrium quantity supplied or demanded is 30. And we have the factors affecting supply, shift in supply and demand. What happens? Just have a look at this curve. There'll be, I think, if you're interested, you can try drawing more curves. There are 8, I think 8 or 10 possibilities. Demand being constant, supply being shifted, or supply being constant, demand being shifted, or demand and supply both being shifting left and right. So when you draw this, it will be quite interesting and will be very clear with the concept. So I advise you to draw this and have a look at it. And the production analysis, this is what we started. I think we went with cost. Just a quick recap of this. So production, that is what I said, is transformation input to output. And the total productivity, it refers to the sum total of output produced in a given period of time. And AP was nothing but MP. We had a formula. MP formula was, TP formula was, total productivity formula was AP into output. And then we had MP, AP into like input, okay, because you're giving input and you're giving it the output, so into input. And then average productivity, it refers to the output produced per unit of labor. So how many labor you're using to produce the output. So AP is equal to, AP will be given as, this is a formula, TP by labor. Labor is the input. You're giving labor and producing the output. So labor is the input. And finally, you have marginal productivity. It refers to the change in total productivity as a result of change in input. That is labor. So that can be given as TP at N minus TP at N minus 1. So you didn't ask the question, what is N and N minus 1? Even in the last class, I'm just giving a 9, 12, 15. Okay, something like this. It is called as, I can give this as TP. Okay, so this is given as TP. TP I'm giving as 1, 8, 9, 12, 15. TP at N is a current, current minus N minus 1 is the previous. So 1 does not have previous 1. So 1 minus 0 will be 1. 8 minus 1 will be 7. 9 minus 8 will be 1. 12 minus 9 is 3. 15 minus 12 is 3. So what is this? This is what EMP is. Okay, so TP is a current. Usually we give it as if you what to say, you replicate it at time period, means TP is today and TP minus 1 is yesterday, or TP is this hour and TP minus 1 is previous hour. So to make things clear, this is what N and N minus 1 is, current and previous unit. So then after this we have time. Time, I think, yes, we spoke about what is short run and long run. I asked you to imagine about a pot, a lady who's selling buttermilk, and what happens in short run and long run. Short run curves, there is one factor which is fixed, and long run all factors are variable. Like, no, it is not fixed, it varies because it is just in the plan, it is not yet executed. So anytime any changes can be made over there. But whereas short run, in the sense, it's already fixed, something can be made, but the assuming, that is what I think I gave you an example, the compound wall is already done, and within it, if I want to have some small partition, I can do it. But in long run, it is just in the plan, I'm having it in the plan, I didn't execute it. So now I can think what all the partition I need, or how I can expand my compound. So anything like that. So this is long run and short run. And in production possibility curve, I think I spoke to you about there is this yeah, Cobb-Douglas production function. I think this slide is seen. So this is nothing but A into K power alpha, L power beta. Over here, alpha is this is the output, and alpha plus beta is equal to 1, means it's constant return to scale. Alpha plus beta less than 1, decreasing return to scale, or diminishing return to scale. Alpha plus beta greater than 1 is increasing return to scale. So when they speak about production function, you might be asked, the Cobb-Douglas production function is very famous one. So here, you know what is the as I said, y q is the total productivity or actual output, and a is the total factor productivity, and alpha and beta are the elasticities of what is it, capital and labor. So the and Cobb-Douglas production function assumes constant return to scale. Just have these 4 to 5 points in your exam. Don't leave any question unanswered for any subject. Write something which is related to your subject. Rather, it's better to get 2 marks rather than getting 0 marks. So, Cobb-Douglas production function, or any production function for that matter. What is production function? Give an example. You can give an example of Cobb-Douglas production function. So that will be easy for you to get the mark. Then we spoke about short run and long run, and then we had yeah, I think this variable this graph over here. Actually, I think I gave you an example. I don't know for this class or the other class, I don't know. So input I'm giving, input will be input. Okay, input is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and output or TP. Output or TP will be 0, 5. Kindly take a note of this and you can work it out. 20, 22, 22, and 18. And AP, this is a formula, TP by QL, the TP by input. So what happens? 0 by 0, we are having 0, 5 by 1 is 5, so you can fill TP. Same way, AP and MP. Try to have it. Always I'm telling, from the beginning I've given to you marginal. Marginal is very important in economics. You have marginal cost, marginal productivity, marginal profit, marginal utility, because utility we spoke in the first class itself. So addition of one more extra unit, that's all. Addition made to the output. What happened to the addition, one extra unit of output you're producing, and what happens to the cost of producing that is marginal cost. Okay, so margin is a key word. Kindly remember, normally you get it for exam, the difference between marginal and average, normally you get it. Okay, so now I've given you an example. Even this giving this what to say, this formula will also help you then. Okay, then we have this, using this formula you draw the graph. Okay, the graph you draw, just kindly have a note of it. In the graph over here, you have in your x-axis, you have the units of output, That is labor I'm given over here. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 you're having. Okay, it's like that. And in your y-axis, you have total, average, and marginal productivity. So three important, key terms which are used over here. The first one, if you can take a note, kindly take a note of it. The first NOTE. Okay, you're going to compare AP and MP. Normally they'll ask average utility, marginal utility, or average product, marginal product, average average profit, marginal profit, average cost, marginal cost. Normally you get this. So it's better to have a look at this, what is AP and MP and how it is done. And then I should speak about return to scale. I'll write it over here. I'll forget return to scale. What happens actually, short run, I said one factor is fixed, and there you call it can be referred to as return to factors. And in long run, where all factors are variable, we call it as return to scale. It is little high only for your undergraduation, but when you're clear with this concept, you can write the exam very clearly. So return to scale, return to factors, whatever they give, I'll give you a small hint how you can when they ask the particular question, how you can apply the logic over there. Okay, and then TP and AP and MP, I said, when actually even in the graph or in the table you can have a look at it. So the condition is when AP increases, what is AP? This is AP, right? When AP increases, MP will be greater than AP. This is MP, right? When AP increases, I'm writing here, AP increases, MP will be greater than AP. Write this table. Second one will be when AP is maximum. When AP is maximum, where is AP? AP is maximum. This is maximum bond, right? When AP is maximum, MP, AP is maximum, MP is equal to AP. And then third case, when AP falls, right? AP is falling. When AP falls, what happens? MP will be less than AP. Just these three. Have a note of it. Okay, so what happens? AP increases, AP is maximum, and AP is less, or AP falls. These three. And the conditions over here, as I said, MP and AP rises. First condition will be that one. Second one will be MP will be equal to AP, and the third will be MP is less than AP. So when you have this table in front of you, it's very easy to write this. Definitely, this question you can expect in the exam. But most of the time, students they won't understand this concept because it's a very big concept, but a very simple concept. They think it's really big, really 3 or 4 pages. No, it is very easy, very simple when you try to draw the graph based on the table or the numbers given to you. You only should draw the numbers. Okay, numbers will not be given to you in the exam. The exam, they can ask, write a note on law of variable proportion. So then you have to write this or draw this. In this case, try to understand the numbers, because I'm giving a simple numbers. In the text, some textbooks will give a little tough numbers like 100, 200. This is very easy. This number you can remember, and when you draw this number, try to replicate the numbers of TP, AP, and MP onto the graph. It will be very easy for you to understand the concept and write it in this table. So I've given the table. There are 3 stages over here. Before that, there is something called as return to scale and return to, what did I say? Return to factors. Okay, return to scale. What is return to scale? We have 3. One is constant return to scale, increasing return to scale, and diminishing return to scale. Already I said, what does it mean? When I'm writing here, constant, I think, last class I remember giving the numbers here. I don't know if you took a note of it. Constant return to scale is, you're giving, what is production function itself? Based on the input output produced, right? You're transforming input into output. But whereas constant return to scale is how much ever input you're giving, if the output remains the same as input, means it's constant. So input equal to output I'm giving. Okay, and increasing return to scale. Whatever input you're giving, the output is more than the input. Okay, so it is increasing. So in whatever input you're giving, output will be more than your input. So that is increasing return to scale. Then we speak about diminishing return to scale. Diminishing return to scale is how much ever input you're giving, output will be less than the input be given. So these are the three stages. What did I say? This is called as return to scale, or even you can say this as return to factors, provided one is in short run and long run. If in exam they ask you write a note on return to scale, it is in return to scale, you actually get it in long run. So if this is in long run production function, we call it as return to scale, because in long run all factors are variable. And then return to scale has three types: increasing return to scale, constant return to scale, diminishing return to scale. Same question when you are being asked for factors. Return to factors, it comes in short run, and where only one variable is being one factor is fixed. And what happens, you have increasing return to factors, constant return to factors, diminishing return to factors. Concept is the same, terminologies might be different, don't get confused. Okay, moving on to the next. As we said, we spoke about this factors of production. Land, labor, capital, and organization are the factors of production. And once this is done, short run and long run is over, the table you are going to draw this, you draw the table, and you can identify three stages. Stage one, as I said, these are the three stages. What happens when AP increases? See, when AP increases, you're going to draw the graph or draw a line telling this is stage one. Stage one, what happens? Stage one increases at an increasing rate. I've given it in the table. I'll be sharing this PPT. Stage two. Stage two, again, it is increasing only. When it is increasing, what is this? TP is increasing. TP is increasing at a diminishing rate. The reason is when TP is increasing, MP is falling, but AP is also falling. TP is, this is stage two. Stage two, TP is still increasing. So you have what is TP? TP is output. Output, you have a potential to increase the output in spite of AP and MP falling down. And there's one more stage where TP becomes constant, or it started diminishing. TP reaches maximum and started falling. So when TP is maximum, you can see MP reaches minimum. MP falls negative. I said, I think I gave this example of people who are where now idli and dosa batter is very famously it is been selling. And I gave you an example of how you grind. You employ a worker to grind, and when you employ more workers having only one or two grinders, what happened? So where you should stop, how much input, how much labor you should employ in your organization to get the maximum output. Once it is, you exceed that thing, then what happens means it falls. Your output starting for that is what is happening here. Stop here till you, because your MP means what? The unit output produced by adding one extra unit of labor. When that happens, your MP is falling. So and your TP also starts falling. AP is already negative, it's falling. So stop in this stage. If you can, you're going even to the third stage. Here it will be negative. First stage, you have a potential to increase. So first stage, if you stop here, few output you'll be losing. So second stage is the best. The three stages I've given here as a table. Have a look at it and kindly write it in the exam. Okay, so yeah, what did we do? We have done here law of variable proportion. Yeah, isocont. Last time itself I said quantity of two. The production function uses how the inputs, two inputs or more than two inputs, combination of these two giving a same level of outputs. That is what isocon curve is. Group of isocon curve, you call it as map, or there's isocost curve. When you come to cost, I'll speak about isocost curve. Okay, then here in the second unit, law of variable proportion done, return to scale done. Return to scale, again I'm repeating, it is the a firm production function. We speak about the return to scale. It explains the long run linkage of input in output, which is related to the associated input in the output. Here actually it refers to the cost advantage which is experienced by the firm when it increases its level of output. Simple term. It is a cost advantage experience by which a firm, when it increases its level of output, so this is output and this is cost. When the cost of production is more and more the output is, your cost will be falling down. At one particular point, your cost will keep increasing. So here, this is called as economy of scale, and this is diseconomy of scale. Okay, and then isocont curve. I said the optimum level of production, whereas producers equilibrium, I should speak about producers equilibrium also over here. Yes, the isoquant curve shows the input combination which can be employed to give a certain level of output. That is what I gave. I think I gave you in the last class itself. One is labor and one is capital. My ultimate aim is to give this building. I can use cheap labor with less capital, and I can finish it. Of costly skilled labor with more capital, and I should finish it. So that my output is I should finish the building. So it can be by a combination of any these two. So again, economics is full of assumptions. We always speak about two products because the graph has x-axis and y-axis, and we try to think about multiple axes, or we try to generalize it to many n number of commodities. So optimum, we'll be speaking over, what did we say? We said about the combination of two factors in which produces same level of certain level or same level of output. This is given in the graph. And the equilibrium, we are going to speak about producers equilibrium. What did we say? Producers equilibrium. Producers equilibrium is nothing but a producer has to use a combination of input, because what is its objective? Maximizing profit, maximizing sales, maximizing output, maximizing productivity with minimum cost. So the combination of inputs which would provide a maximum output and profit, that is what he will be thinking about the combination. The optimum level of production is also, this is also called as producer's equilibrium, and this is achieved when the maximum output he is deriving from a minimum cost. See here, the output will be maximum, right? It is increasing. The output is keeping on increasing here. Here also the output is increasing, but the cost is also increasing. So what did we say? Maximum output with minimum cost. That is what produces equilibrium is. Okay, and then, producer, we already spoke, he maximizing profit. So he has to, with the minimum cost, he has to maximize his profit. Then only we can say that he is in the equilibrium position, equilibrium stage. The combination of the production level, or the producer can determine different level of combination of input and output, by which you can say that he can generate more profit. He can cut cost using that input. So that is producer's equilibrium. And then factor substitution, elasticity of factor substitution. So factor substitution is actually, this is also called as substitution. Marginal rate of technical substitution comes here. It means that a variable factor can be substituted for other. One factor is substituted for another. In economics, in microeconomics, actually the marginal rate of technical substitution, or you can say a technical rate of substitution, is the amount by which the quantity of one input has to be reduced when one extra unit of another input is used. You're trying to, this is input 1 and input 2, and if this is output, the combination, either you can reduce one and add one. That is what it is. That is what factor substitution means. Factor is land, labor, capital, and organization or entrepreneurship. And then this is in microeconomics, this is what factor substitution means. And the elasticity of factor substitution. Here we can say that what to say? Here the elasticity is same, output by input, cost. The elasticity of factor substitution. I'll add this in the in the PPT, and I'll send it to you when I'm finally sharing after the final class. Here, the elasticity will be You're substituting, right? So output divided by the cost, that's cost elasticity. So for this, we will speak about marginal rate of technical substitution. The elasticity of substitution here, the elasticity of marginal factor substitution, I'll give, okay, without any to be. Elasticity of factor substitution is the ratio of percentage change in capital labor by the percentage change in marginal rate of technical substitution. Okay, that's all. So this is what we call, this is cost elasticity. So when I come to cost elasticity, we cover this. And then moving on to the next, I think the second unit is also over. So what is the third unit? We speak about cost of production. Actually, you know what is cost. I think I started like this way. The pen, when it comes, reaches my hand, whatever cost is evolved in what to say, in producing this pen, including the transportation cost, is cost. So money incurred by the producer in order to produce goods and services is cost. So cost, there are two types. One is fixed cost, another one is variable cost. So fixed cost, the cost which is fixed is fixed cost. Cost which is fixed, it does not change with the output, is fixed cost, and cost which varies with the output is variable cost. So I remember telling you only because I think I remember this example. We are going to start a tuition center, and if I'm going to start a tuition center, I need a table, chair, fan, AC, blackboard or whiteboard, marker pen, everything. So all this, the cost is fixed. The room rent, the room, to ready the room has to be ready for the students. So all these I'm spending some investment, that is fixed cost. And variable cost, first when I'm doing it, first month I won't be getting any income. So then from the second month I get some income with the output. So cost which is fixed is, does not change with the output, meaning there are many number of students who are coming inside, the cost will not change. The AC will not, I'm not going to change the AC, I'm not, the chair table is already fixed. The my what is it, lecture will be the same for everyone, I'm not going to keep on changing it. But the variable cost, the cost which is the income which I'm getting, the variable cost is the cost which changes with respect to the input, how much of an output I'm going to give. It with refers to the, like if one student or two students or some 10 students are joining, based on it I'll be getting income. So variable cost is varies. So fixed cost, I think, yes, I gave it to you last time. That cost is fixed cost. Cost varies with variable cost. So you can say first month I won't be getting it. Second month, I remember giving a number, some 8, 18, something I gave. Right, 8, 18, I think something. 28 or 32, something like this I give. And then total cost will be fixed cost plus variable cost. Total cost is fixed cost plus variable cost. And then we have average total cost, average fixed cost, and average variable cost. Average total cost, average fixed cost, average variable cost. So average fixed cost will be fixed cost by output. Variable cost will be average variable cost will be variable cost by output. Total cost will be average total cost by output. That's all. So this is average fixed cost, average variable cost, and average total cost. Then moving on to the next, we spoke about different types of costs is there. What is the cost? Is a function of output. This is a cost function. When you ask to write the cost function, cost is a function of output. This is a cost function. And then you have elasticity of cost. It is called as cost output elasticity. I'm writing here, elasticity of cost will be, it is also called as cost output elasticity. It measures the responsiveness of total cost to the change in output. Total cost change of total cost with respect to change in output. So dividing the percentage change in cost by percentage change in output. That's all. And then what is marginal cost? Yes, over here marginal cost means, already I said, cost which is on producing one extra unit of output, the cost which is incurred. So the firm is in equilibrium when the marginal cost is equal to marginal revenue. So revenue concept, what is revenue? Revenue is nothing but income, as you said. Here we have, I think I'll be giving you a data set. So if possible, I'll share this in the PPT itself about revenue. Revenue is the amount of money which the firm receives by selling the outputs. And then you have here again total revenue and marginal revenue. Total revenue is the total amount of money that the firm receives by selling the product, and average revenue will be same, total revenue by output. Marginal revenue is a change in total revenue. It can also be written as total revenue at n minus total revenue at n minus 1. So this is total revenue. And then in cost, we spoke about cost. In cost, we have different types of cost. As I said, fixed cost, variable cost, opportunity cost is there. Opportunity cost is nothing but cost which is foregone. The next best alternative, it's foregone. The sunk cost is it's gone forever. The cost which is gone forever is sunk cost. And then we have something called as accounting cost is there, explicit cost is there, implicit cost is there, and we have fixed cost, variable cost, total fixed cost, total variable cost, or total cost. Total cost meaning cost which is fixed and cost which is variable, the sum of both. And then we have average fixed cost, average variable cost, average total cost. And then we have, as I said, we have money cost, which is measured in terms of money, real cost, physical and mental effort, which is over here. Then we have explicit cost, the cost which is paid to others. Implicit cost is cell phone service. If over here in my place, which I'm working, is the cost which is incurred within it. And then total accounting cost is a cost we call it as explicit cost. Accounting cost involves only explicit cost, whereas economic cost is explicit plus implicit cost. Here you can see the difference between accounting cost is different from economic cost. It's not the same in economics. And then we have private cost. And then environmental cost is there. So say social cost is there, transaction cost is there, controllable cost, shutdown cost. There are many types of cost, which is sometimes you may be asked to write about cost. Write different types of cost, around 5 to 6 cost. You have whatever I said. You can just see those things in the in the PPT also. I'll be sharing in the PPT, and then you can see that. You can write this cost over here. I'm writing this types of cost over here. And then short run cost and long run cost. As I said, short run and long run cost which is same, whatever we saw the short run and long run period. In short run, we have the earlier what I drew. Okay, so this is short run cost and output. One cost. Okay, this is short run cost, total cost. And then long run cost, many short run cost. This average cost. This will call as average cost, average total cost. That is what I said, ATC. Average total cost, many short run cost. It will be like this. Many short run cost forms a long run cost. Again, in economics, don't stop. You have to mark the axis. Just don't draw it. Mark the axis, telling this is cost and output. So this is average cost, short run average cost, and many short run average cost curve. We call this as short run average cost curve, and many short run average cost curve, or average cost in the sense average total cost. Many short run average cost curve forms a long run curve. So one is called as a plan curve, another one is planning curve. That is what over short run and long run. Concept of revenue is also done. I'll just quickly see whether third unit is over. Yeah, marginal revenue and marginal revenue, average revenue, we just spoke about it. Relation between AR and MR. And then cost and revenue. Yes, equilibrium of a firm, conditions for a equilibrium of a firm. A firm is, when a firm is said to be in equilibrium, means it has a, what to say, that is what we call it as a producer's equilibrium. Also we say yes, the firm is said to be in equilibrium when it has attained the cost and revenue, minimum cost and maximum revenue. So I'll just give it over here. In economics already I said pi is the profit. So profit is nothing but revenue minus cost. Revenue is nothing but price into quantity. Okay, so revenue is equal to cost, means your profit. What happens to your profit? Your profit is normalized. Both are equal. Revenue is equal to cost. There's no neither profit nor loss. It's a break-even point. Like, so when revenue is greater than cost, you have profit. When revenue is less than cost, that cost is more than revenue, then it is loss. So these three things, you have it in your mind. And then yeah, the third unit is also done. AR and MR curve. As I said, the average revenue is constant. I'll just give quickly, I'll give you this and then I'll close the class. AR curve, AR average revenue remains constant, means marginal revenue also will remain constant. When so AR is given as T total revenue by Q, where total revenue is equal to, what did I say? Total revenue is equal to price into quantity. So divided by Q. So what a TR is equal to price. Okay. So average revenue will be the nothing but, so average revenue is nothing but price only. Just have a look at this, and I'll quickly give a table. If you're able to write this table, take a note of this table and you can work it out. So price or average revenue I'm giving, all 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, you can write same, it remains the same. And total revenue is nothing but, we have 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. And what is marginal revenue? Marginal revenue is 10 minus 0, 10. 20 minus 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. That's all. Okay. So there are two tables I can give here. I've given, it is only one. Another one I can give, which is increasing. I'll show you in the next class. Okay. Because it's already 11:10. The next faculty might be waiting. Thank you. So meet you in the next class. One sec. I will just. Thank you. Meet you in the next class. Where is my student?
So good morning, everyone. Good morning, Payal, Shekhar, Ramalingam. I hope so my voice is audible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, great. So let me start with my presentation. Is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So last class we were talking on your module 2 and the topic was role of market, their functioning and welfare, where we talked about demand, markets, demand schedule, market demand, your supply, movement along the demand curve, shift in demand curve, what is the definition of supply, factors affecting supply. There were two questions also. Then we also talked about individual and market supply, supply schedule, your market supply curve, movement along the supply curve, and shift in the supply curve. And then we tried with some multiple choice questions just to revise the things. So today from this module, we'll cover the last two topics which is mentioned in your syllabus. The first is elasticity and its application. So have all of you seen a rubber band? Class?
Yes,
Okay, okay, great. So if you pull the rubber band, what will happen? If you keep it at one hand, static, and if you pull it from the other end and release it, what will happen?
and it keeps on expanding to a limit.
It will expand, and if you release it, what will happen? It will hit you back?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So once it hits you back, you react. You react in a sense, you say, ouch, or you say, oh my God, what happened? Such response which you generate is actually you're talking in terms of elasticity. That is how elastic, how much a buyer or seller respond when there's a change in the market conditions. So when I say market conditions, it can be many type. Let's say a wartime market condition where everything is very hay and why, and you don't know how things will respond, whether you will get that commodity or not. So the different market situation in which the buyer and seller respond to each other, when we try to measure that response, we call it elasticity. And this response which is given can be calculated in numerous ways, but all these responses which we are talking about, it happens in our daily life. Let us take an example. You go to a vegetable market and you went with your mother. Your mother is trying to buy some green vegetables and let's say pumpkin. Your mother is trying to buy pumpkin, and the seller says, the vegetable person says, Madam, it is 80 rupees a kg. And your mother quickly said, yesterday I bought it for 40 rupees a kg. Today, right now, you're saying 80 rupees a kg. What happened in the night? Huh? There's so much money. No, no, I don't want to buy. This is so much. I no, no, madam, I'll give it to you at 75. No, 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 no. I bought it at 40. Now 75. This is too much. This is too much. Now, this kind of response or the statements which the mother is sharing with the seller, and the seller which is, answering back based on the response which he or she is getting. When we try to measure them, we refer them it as elasticity. So, as I told you, there are kinds of elasticity and numerous ways of tabulating those elasticity. The one of the most prominent is price elasticity of demand, which talks about the percentage change in quantity demanded given a percentage change in price. It tells that how much a quantity demanded for a good respond to a change in a price of that good. How that let's say price of good exchange, how the demand for that particular good X will change it, with the nature it will show how much percentage it will change, that we calculate with the help of price elasticity of demand. So here is the formula also. Percentage change in quantity demanded by percentage change in price. In some books is also written as proportionate change in quantity demanded by proportionate change in price. So here is the question. If the price of an ice cream cone increases from $2 to $2.20 and the amount you buy falls from 10 to 8 cones, then your elasticity of demand would be calculated as. So the formula which I give you, that is percentage change in quantity demanded by percentage change in price, is to be calculated in such a manner. How do we calculate? We In the numerator part, we talk about quantity demanded. So there's a percentage change. That means there must be a new quantity, there must be an old quantity, and we are talking in terms of percent. So that is why it is 100 written over here. So the amount falls from 10 to 8. So initially it was 10 minus by 8 divided by initial quantity. Similarly, the price. Initially, the new price was 2.20 divided by initial price minus 2 divided by 2 into 100. Now, when you do this, you solve it, you will get by 20 by 10%, which is 2%. Now, at times you may get your answer in negative, but we avoid negative sign. Why? Because we have already read and learned that there's an inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded. If price increases, quantity demanded falls. If price falls, quantity demanded rises. So this negative sign you need not to carry along with your answers. If we are just aware of it, that this negative sign may come as per the question. So there are different ranges of elasticity. Broadly, there are two: inelastic and elastic. In case of inelastic demand, percentage change in price is greater than percentage change in quantity demand. That means that there would be the change in the price may change from 10 to 50, maybe 50 to 150. The leap, the change, the price will take place. The proportionally, the price change would be much higher than the proportion of quantity demand, and that is why in this case it would be the less than one. Whereas in case of elastic demand, the percentage change in quantity demanded is greater than percentage change in price. That means even if the price changes from say 100 to 110, the change in quantity demand in response to price would be much greater, and that is why the in this case the price elasticity of demand would be greater than 1. So there are different ranges from inelastic to elastic, and their values also vary. So you can see in this graph the first range or first degree of elasticity of demand we are talking about is perfectly inelastic demand, where if you calculate the value of the table given, you will get the value of elasticity as 0. You can see in this along y-axis we have price, and along x-axis we have quantity demanded. So when there's an increase in price from 4 to 5, the quantity demanded still remains the same, that is 100. An increase in price leaves the quantity demanded unchanged. Now, how this happens? For necessary items, like for your medicines, even if the prices go high or low, you have a fixed amount to eat. You just cannot, change the amount of medicine which is prescribed by the doctor on your own. Otherwise, you get more ill, or you may get a new infection. So, in such situations, the prices may change, but the quantity demanded remains fixed. Now, what I want you class to do is for me a small calculation right now. Uh, if you can see, here we solved a question. The price of an ice cream changed from 2 to 2.20, and the amount you buy falls from 10 to 8. Then your elasticity of demand. We calculate it with this formula. I want all you to calculate with the same formula the price change from 4 to 5, but the quantity demand remains for 100. What value you are arriving at? Calculate and tell me. So if you have calculated, you would have seen that in the numerator part you will get 0, because 100 minus 100 divided by 100 into 100 is actually 0. And in the denominator, when you calculate 5 minus 4 divided by 4, 1 by 4, 0.25. So any number, when you 0 divided by any number, you will get it as 0. So that is why the value of elasticity is equal to 0. Now, another response of an elasticity, or another way of response of consumer and the seller, is when there is a let's say a 25% increase in price, there's a 10% decrease in the quantity. So if you see in such case where your demand curve, this blue curve, is steeper, the if you calculate it in percent terms, you'll get 25%. That is 5 minus 4 divided by 4 into 100, you'll get 25%. And similarly, 100 minus 90 divided by 100, you will get 10% decrease in quantity. Now, in such cases, the response are sometimes neutral, sometimes, maybe people are peculiar about the goods which they are purchasing and they are buying. So they may show at times a very erratic response, and that is why this demand curve is steeper in nature. Then you have unit elastic demand curve, that is more than unit elastic, where elasticity is equal to 1. That means the amount in which the price changes the same amount, the same response in which the quantity demand will change. You can see again the price change from $4 to $5, and the quantity demanded decreased from 100 to 75. So there's a 25% change in price, and the same amount of change is also seen in the quantity demanded response as well. That means the way the price is behaving, the consumer is also behaving accordingly. And then you have a greater than one in case of luxury items, where any huge change, fall or rise, will bring a huge change, more than a huge change in your quantity demanded. So you can see if there's a 25% increase in price, the consumer has responded by not buying the commodity by 50%. So just the double. The response is just the double. So similarly, it can also happen in case of fall in price. When say 4 to 3, it may go to 150. So the response in this case, the slight change in price, higher or lower, brings a double change or more change in your quantity demanded factor. And in case of perfectly elastic demand curve, where the prices are fixed, whatever may be the output or quantity which is being sold in the market, the prices are fixed and the consumer are expected to buy them at those price. For example, during festival times, the prices of some vegetables specifically used in those festivals, or fruits used in those festivals, or the items used in those festivals, their prices are fixed at little higher end, and you go to whatever place you will find the same price. So such kind of situation falls in this prerogative. And if you calculate the values, there would be change in the quantity but there would be no change in price, and it will, the value which you will receive is would be infinity. That is, the prices remains whatever quantity you sell against it, it has no effect. So, what are the determinants of price elasticity of demand, elastic, inelastic? So, if it demand tends to be more inelastic, if the good is necessity, if the time period is short, there's less number of substitute, and the more broadly defined the market. In such all cases, you will have inelastic demand curve. So elastic case, what will be happen when good is of not a necessity, when you have a longer time period and there are more close substitute but markets are defined little narrow, not broadly. Such is the case of elastic. So far I am clear, everybody?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, another important thing that all these elasticity, these response, the demand, their supply factor behaves in such a manner that every part of your economy gets affected, whether it is a household, whether it is a firm, whether it is a government or rest of the world. Every part of economy gets affected with it. Let's say for an example, during COVID times, we it was compulsory for all to buy sanitizers, like Savalons, Dettol. Everybody was wearing masks. It was compulsory. You cannot go away with it because it became part and parcel of the life, because it was a necessity item. Whereas you knew you have a shorter time period, you cannot go out for a longer time period, so you have to buy everything within that time range. And all the items which may be of a daily use, or maybe of a very expensive use, you find it little costly but you still bought them because you cannot do away with them. Government also posts strict rules and regulation of norms, how you'll be going out, what would be the working time. People came on online, new way of life, people started studying there, and everything had cost and benefit involved in it. So similarly, after studying the demand, supply, the elasticity, the response between the two, now it's time to study the taxation part, which also play a very important role to show your response. So, class, maybe after every end of the financial year, in the month of February and March, your parents must be talking that this year, this much tax I'm supposed to pay, that much tax I'm supposed to pay. You know, when you're buying goods, so much of tax are levied. Such kind of sentences must be, communicated in your house or must be talking about. So taxation is also a kind of a response which is imposed by the government on us for our development and welfare. So it is the most important source of revenue of the government, and it is a compulsory charge or fees imposed on the individuals and corporations. You just cannot say, I'll not pay. You have to pay because this is an understanding that if you pay, it is for the development back. It gives back to you in the form of road, building, bridges, and everything which government does for you. Now, what are the objective behind collection of these taxes? Raising revenue, yes, they need money in order to work upon. Regulation, if they do not regulate you, if they do not, pose rules and regulation on you, do you think anybody will fall in line? People will do correct things. Everyone will take advantage of everyone, and there will be no one listening to anyone. So it's very important that in order to control the behavior, the consumption pattern, the production pattern, the government imposes taxes. By imposing taxes, government indirectly and directly supports our home industries by giving them protection. That's till you have achieved the stage where you can compete with the people, the industries are being protected so that they can sustain well in the market. These taxes also help government to stimulate their investments so that they can attract both private and public investors. Government, with the help of the collection of taxes, try to reduce income inequalities by giving or establishing various sectors of jobs. And overall, the important task is to promote the economic growth and development of the people. Now, there's a man you can see is asking a question. How do taxes affect the economic well being of market participants? So, how this tax affects my well being? I'm a participant in the market as a consumer, as a seller, as a government, as a rest of the world. How does it affect me? What is the cost which I need to pay for these taxes? So he's answering, it does not matter whether a tax on a good is levied on buyers or sellers of the good. The prices paid by buyers rises and the prices received by the seller falls. Now how it happens? When the government imposes indirect tax on the consumer, obviously the seller will raise the price of the product. By raising the price of the product does not mean that the profit will fall in the hands of the seller. You need to keep in mind the seller has raised the price of the product because the taxes imposed on his or her company has gone up. So as a result, the revenue accumulated after the selling of the product does not fully go into the pockets of the seller, but half of it goes to the government in the form of taxes, in the form of indirect taxes. That is why it is writing there the prices received by sellers falls. So here is the graph which shows the effect of a tax, where you can see the supply curve and demand curve are intersecting at the black dot. And from this black dot, you can see there's a red dotted line, both touching at x-axis and y-axis. This line is a representation of price without tax and quantity without tax. Now, once the tax is levied, the government imposes the tax. Now, this much tax is imposed. This curly bracket, maroon curly bracket, is imposed. Now, how seller perceive this tax? What he will do? He will divide the task between the two people. One is the buyer, that is with us, and another with him. He will divide the tax in such a manner that he would like to give burden more to the buyers and less to the sellers. But if you see as per this figure, it is divided equally right now here. But as we move on to the other slides, you will see the fall of this indirect tax, the burden of this indirect tax will be more on buyers and less on the sellers. A tax place is a wedge between the prices, between the price buyers pays and the price seller receives. Because of this wedge, the quantity sold falls below the level that would be sold without a tax, and the size of the market for that good shrinks. Yes, obviously, if you're the consumer is always guided with a policy, the less I need to pay and the more I can get, and the seller is guided with a policy, the higher I can charge so that I can earn more revenue. So once the seller increase the prices of the product, obviously the consumer is not eagerly ready to accept. They will show some denying factor. They may reduce the consumption amount. As a result, the revenue may fall, and this may affect the market situation of that particular seller. So how this we interpret in terms of revenue and graph. So that if we see the revenue which is collected by the seller for paying the tax is known as to be the tax revenue. The size T represents the size of the tax, and Q is the quantity of goods sold, which is the government tax revenue T into Q. So this is what I showed you earlier. If you remember this, I'll go back. Please see when the tax is imposed, how it was initially divided between, this portion to the buyer, this portion to the seller. Without taxes, it was in the middle part. But now, when the tax is imposed, the size of tax is imposed, you will see tax revenue, this much of tax revenue the government is going to receive. This is the size of the tax, and the quantity which now the seller would be selling will be not this, not the red. Now it has reduced quantity with tax. This is the blue line. So as the tax is imposed, the prices goes up, though and at the same point of time, the quantity is also reduced. So the price which now seller was initially quoting in the middle line will not be able to quote because the taxes are imposed, and hence a result of which the quantity demanded by the consumer or the customer is reduced. Now this whole graph is we have divided into number of sections. So if you see the tax, as the tax is imposed, PB, P1, PS. PB represents the price buyer pays. P1 is the price without tax, and PS is the price the seller which receive. So when the taxes are imposed, the seller wants to put it at a very higher end. But if you see, the tax revenue which he will be earning would be B plus D, and the consumer surplus which initially the consumer which was he was or she was enjoying was A, B, C. Now it is reduced to till B, and the seller which was enjoying the producer surplus, it was D and E. Now it has been come to D. Why? Because with the imposition of the tax, the quantity which the seller would be selling is reduced, and the quantity which consumer was expected to receive has also been reduced. So as a result, C plus E is the deadweight loss. The loss, which is basically the fall in the total surpluses because of the change in the tax, which affects the welfare of the consumer and the producer. The losses to buyers and sellers exceeds the revenue raised by the government. That means this much loss which is suffered by the producer and the consumer is much more greater than the revenue received by the government after the seller collects it. So, this is the effect of tax on the consumer and on the producer, and overall loss for the entire society. Is it clear till here, class? So moving ahead. Okay, I have 3 questions for you. I am giving you 5 minutes time to quickly solve it and give me the answers after solving it. The formula remains the same. The price elasticity of demand, percentage change in quantity demanded by percentage change in price. Calculate it and tell me the answer. Your 5 minutes starts now. It's 11:38. I'm giving you 5 minutes time. Done? Payal, Shekhar. Class, am I audible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Done solving the 3 questions. Yes, Payal. Any one of you, have you solved any of these three questions? What happened? The first question, your price elasticity of demand value is given as 0.75. Percentage change fall in its price that will result in 5. Percentage change in quantity demanded is given. You have to calculate percentage change in price. It is easy. You know your formulas. Price elasticity of demand is 0.75 is equal to percentage change in quantity demanded is 15% divided by percentage change in price. That is not given. That will be the x. So 0.75 is equal to 15% divided by x. Just solve it. You'll get your answer. Similarly, in question number 2, a 20% fall in price of good raises its demand from 600 units to 750 units. Calculate price elasticity of demand. So again, price elasticity of demand is equal to percentage change in quantity demanded by percentage change in price. So the percentage change in quantity demanded is not given, but percentage change in price is given, which is 20%. To calculate the percentage change in quantity demanded, what we'll do with new price minus old price, new good minus old good divided by old good into 100. That is 750 minus 600 divided by 600 into 100. You will get your percentage change in quantity demanded. You'll just need to write that answer, then you will divide x by 20%. You will get your price elasticity of demand. And the third question is very easy, that when the price is rupees 4, the quantity demand is 25 unit. When the price is rupees 5, the quantity demand is 20 units. So you just need to calculate the difference of the prices and the quantity demand, divide them each by demand by price in 200, you will get your price elasticity of demand. So has any one of you solved any of the questions?
Ma'am, I have done the first one.
You have done first. Answer me. What is the first question? The answer is
Ma'am, 11.25.
11.25. What you did? %, yx is 0.75. So 15 divided by 0.75 gives you
20, ma'am, 20.
20. Correct. For second question, the answer is yes. For the second question, the answer is Payal, what will be the answer?
Ma'am, price elasticity will be 0.25.
Point no, 1.25 no?
Yes, ma'am, 1.25.
Correct. And for the third one, third one, what happened for the third one? The price is initially 4, the new price is 5. The new quantity demanded is 20 and initially it was 25. Okay, consider this question as your homework. So let us revise so far what we have done. Today we spoke about our previous classes of demand, supply, market demand, market supply, their movements, their shifts. Then we talked about the elasticity and its response, how consumer and seller responds towards different market conditions, especially referring to when there's a change in the price of a commodity. This change can be measured range from 0 to infinity depending upon the kinds of the goods which the seller is selling and the buyer is ready to buy, and how this in return also affects the other section of the economy, that is we talk in terms of taxes, where how the imposition of the tax brings in loss in the consumer and the producer surplus, and hence reduces the overall welfare of the society in the case of deadweight loss, and how the taxes burden are shift on the consumer so that the more money can come in and the revenue can generate where on the limited quantity which is being sold because of the imposition of the taxes. So I hope so I'm clear till your class. I'm sorry I was logged out. I don't know how come. But I hope so. It was clear to all of you, and this is the end of your module 2. And again, I'll be sharing the PPT with all of you by the end of this day so that you can prepare your notes and everything. And in the next class, we'll start with your module 3, where we will talk about budget constraint, and how people need to spend their income wisely so that they can get best out of whatever they are thinking or whatever they are desiring for. So, just Shekhar Payal, Ramalingam, just wanted to know that I hope so you people are receiving my PPTs.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So again, I'll be sharing it, and if you have any official WhatsApp group, whenever whosoever receives, please put that PPT on that official WhatsApp group so that all of you can have an access to it. So thank you all.
ஹலோ சார் அந்த இது அண்ணன் ஜனா சார் பேசிட்டு இருந்தாங்களா, அந்த கேப்பில் அப்படியே மாற்றினேன். ஐடி சொல்ல முடியல என்னால். அண்ணன் என்னை பாரு பண்ணிட்டு அவங்க மட்டும் அவங்களும் ஜனா சார் பேசிட்டு இருந்தாங்களா, சரிங்கம்மா எந்த அக்கௌண்ட்டில் பிறந்தது பண்ணிட்டு தான் சார் மாற்றி விட்டேன். இன்னும் அந்த 12 ரூபாய்க்கு இன்னும் கேட்குறாங்க அண்ணன். அதே டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் வருது, அது என்னன்னு அது பண்ண பார்த்தீங்கன்னா. ஆமாம் சார், ஆமாம் சார். சரி ஓகே சார். ஆனால் இந்த அளவுக்கு வந்தது பேசு, இந்த அளவுக்கு மட்டும் முடிச்சது. இப்போ இப்போ அண்ணன் என்ன சார் சொல்கிறாங்க, இந்த வருஷத்து போட்ட பில்லு போன வருஷம் போட்ட மாதிரி காட்டி ப்ராஃபிட் பண்ண சொல்கிறாங்களா? ஓகே சார். பெரிய அமௌண்ட் அது ஒரு ரைட் வருமா? அதான் ஓகே சார். சரி ஓகே சார்.
Good afternoon, friends. Good afternoon. Hello? Shekhar, Balaji?
Yes, sir.
I am audible to you. Balaji?
Sir, you are audible.
Okay. Thank you, Shekhar. Balaji is busy, I think. Okay. Thank you, Balaji. Thank you.
Thanks.
So today, we'll see civil services in India. You know very well. Civil service means generally we will term it as IAS and IPS officers, recruiting the IAS and IPS officers. But more than that, other services are also there. Hello? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, this all India, anything, sir? Anything? Balaji?
Nothing,
Anything?
sir. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Balaji.
Thank you.
So, all India services are the services which are common to both central government and state government. Even recently, I am living in Pondicherry. So, Puducherry Union Territory, they received a new IAS officer deputed by the central government. So, all India services are services which are common meant for both central government and state government. So it must be mentioned that central and state government have the separate service called the central services and the state services. Central government recruitment, that is central services. State government recruitment, that is called state services respectively. But if you talk about all India services, okay, both central and state services, particularly IAS, Indian Administrative Service, that is a very topmost the position or services you can contribute to the government of India. Okay, so nowadays writing civil service, that aspiration which has started emerging with many people. It's a good, very good sign, very good sign. Even parents are, they're not putting some parents are not putting their daughter son in the engineering or something like, rather than they're opting political science, public administration. I had seen. So earlier people won't come to political science, public, very few people will turn up, or people who having particular interest. But nowadays things are getting changed. Changes are taking place. Even students are seeing the syllabus of the content. What are the content that if suppose BA political science, what are the content? How much this content will helpful for my preparing for my competitive exams? So they are looking at the point of time. Because of the e-governance, internet, that faced a great revolution in the Indian society. So the topmost service is IAS, Indian Administrative Service. The next cadre, IPS, Indian Police Service, and Indian Foreign Service, IFS. And another service also there, Indian Foreign Service, IFS. Okay. So we will have some slide, the background about civil service. So in 1947, Indian Civil Service, they called ICS that time. ICS, Indian Civil Service, was replaced by wait, I got a registered call. Okay, so Indian Civil Service ICS was replaced by IAS. So in 1947, Indian Civil Service, okay, they call ICS when during the British period itself, British India, they call ICS. After India's independence was replaced by IAS, Indian Administrative Service. And the Indian Police, they call IP, they call it was replaced by IPS, Indian Police Service. So that were recognized by the Constitution of All India Services. So in 1947, first how we call Indian Civil Service was replaced by Indian Administrative Service. Because this ICS was quoted by British India, Britishers, not by us. So we are changing that. So Indian Police was replaced by IPS. So this kind of recognition is given by the Constitution of India. In 1963, three more All India services were created. First, the broad of the Indian Administrative Service, IAS, IPS, IFS, Indian Forest Service. After that, further service were added. What are the services? Indian Forest Service, Indian Medical and Health Service, Indian Service of Engineers. After that, so there was some more post also, which was added along with the Indian Civil Service exams. And then only the Indian Forest Service came into existence in 1966. So Indian Forest Service, area they don't have. IFS, Indian Forest Service, was came into existence in 1966. This is one thing. Another thing, Article 312 of the Constitution, Article 312, Article 312 of the Constitution authorized the Parliament of India to create any new All India services on the basis of resolution passed by the Rajya Sabha to that effect. So, Lok Sabha is not only the having the power to add any new services in the overall Indian Civil Service exam, it has to get its approval from the Rajya Sabha also. So both Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, they have to pass a resolution to add any more service in the Indian service. So Article 312 of the Constitution authorizes the Parliament of India to create any new All India services. Article 312. Okay. And then Article 312, further they gave a constitutional status to the All India services, but also provided the creation of new All India services. That's one thing. Then Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel was the chief protagonist of All India services of the Constituent Assembly. Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, we called him as a Iron Man of India. He was the chief protagonist of All India services in the Constituent Assembly. That's why we called him as the father of All India services. So these are the questions they're asked. Who is called as the father of All India service means you have to mention Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Iron Man of India. The big statue was created by the government of India. That person. And he is the person, he was the person who helped to unify the India also. That's why he called Iron Man of India. So Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel as regarded the father of All India services. And then All India service have some categories. That is, one is super time scale, senior scale, and junior scale. There are three categories. One is super time scale, senior scale, and junior scale. In the beginning, the officers are appointed in the junior scale. In the course of time, they are placed in the senior scale, and the rest of the time they will place in the super scale. Immediately, suppose the IAS, they will give a training at Missouri or somewhere else. They will give a training. After that, they cannot be directly posted as the respective collector or something. They will give some lower post in order to understand the administrative structure and system. After that, the same person will be appointed as a collector. After that, what is the senior? He may be the appointed as a chief secretary of Tamil Nadu, chief secretary of Puducherry, like that. So based upon, so there are three categories: super time scale, senior scale, junior scale. Junior scale at the beginning. After beginning, the senior scale. After finish the senior scale, he may be promoted as a super time scale. So, all the services are controlled jointly by the central and state government. Can you guess how many services are in the civil service exam? Anyone from class? How many services? Can you guess?
No, sir. No, sir.
I think nearly 59 services are there. But generally, what you know only, hello?
IAS, IPS, IFS.
IAS, IPS only we know. That's why based upon the mark, okay, that this category are given for them. Yes, especially you people can try. You can make an attempt. Who knows? The God gift. You may have the talent, but do some systematic preparation. Nowadays, online programs are giving by the many institute. Even if you take the Rao Institute Delhi, they are giving online classes. So you can take online packages. Suppose you are going for work after finishing 6 o'clock, something like that. You take after 5, something like that. So you can share the amount. You can take some friends along with you. You can share the amount what the cost paid to the respective coaching agencies. Like that also you can do. Okay. Who knows? You may be the one of the civil servant of India. So make an attempt. If you try, definitely you will succeed. You may be working in private college or private industry or anywhere else. If you are having the zeal, interest, that the interest is enough. That can make. How many IT people clear civil service? How many doctors they are clear civil service? How many engineers they are clear civil service? So there is no end for that. You try. There are so many different services there. If civil service is not supporting you, at least group 1 service will help you. Group 2 service will help you. One of my known friend, he joined as a clerk in Tamil Nadu government service, TNPC group 4. Okay, now I became the teacher. I didn't get that time. Now you won't believe that fellow is a register for, okay, not sub-register, register category. The land department, they are a fellow who joined as a clerk, now he is posting. So even if you joined as a group 2 or group 1 means within 6 to 7 years, you will get the conferred IAS status. So try very attractive position. If you are so good, you can do many contributions to the society. You can help the people, needy, poor, over. The power is with you. And then presently, among the 15 cadre, there are 24 state cadre can be given to the given under the All India services. It includes the joint cadres like Assam and Meghalaya, Manipur and Tripura, Arunachal Pradesh, Goa, Mizoram, and the Union Territories. Okay. Central services. Central services consists of central civil services and general central services. I'm getting far. I'll cut. See, I'll read that the category. See there. Hello. Indian Foreign Service.
Yes, sir.
Indian very good. Indian P&T Accounts and Finance Service. Indian Postal Service. Indian Railway Account Service. Indian Railway Personal Service. Indian Railway Traffic Service. Indian Audit and Account Service. Central Information Service. Indian Defence Account Service. Defence Lands and Cantonment Service. Indian Ordnance Factory Service. Non-technical cadre. Indian Civil Account Service. Indian Revenue Service. IRS. Indian Customs and Central Excise Service. Central Secretariat Service. Indian Railway Service of Mechanical Engineers. Indian Railway Service of Electrical Engineers. Indian Railway Service of Engineers. Indian Railway Service of Signal Engineers. Indian Railway Store Service. Indian Telecommunication Service. Central Trade Service. Indian Defence Estate Service. Military Engineering Service. Indian Ordnance Factory Service. Indian Naval Armament Service. Central Power Engineering Service. Indian Supply Service. Indian Inspection of Service. Indian Salt Service. Central Electrical and Mechanical Engineering Service. Central Water Engineering Service. Civil Department. Central Engineering Service. Central Engineering Service Road. Border Roads Engineering Service. Indian Broadcasting Engineering Service. Overseas Communication Service. Central Health Service. Railway Medical Service. Indian Ordnance Factors Health Service. Indian Economic Service. Indian Statistical Service. Indian Cost Account Service. Defence Quality Assurance Service. Defence Research and Development Service. Defence Aeronautical Quality Assurance Service. Central Legal Service. Company Law Board. Survey of Indian Service. Military Engineer Service of Architect. Military Engineer Service of Surveyor. Central Water Engineering Service. Indian Defence Service of Engineers. P&T Building Service. Central Labour Service. Railway Production Force. Indian Broadcasting Programming Service. Armed Forces Headquarters Civil Service. Railway Board Secretariat Service. Like that, nearly 59 subcategories are and comes under the different service. See, you know only IAS, IPS, but see how much services are given by the government of India to serve for that. Okay. Then, what are the constitutional provisions provided? Nothing but Constitution of India makes the following provision with regard to requirement and service condition of all India Central Service. Simply you cannot do. There are some procedures for that. So what are the procedures? First one, Article 309. Article 309 empowers the Parliament to regulate the recruitment and service condition of persons appointed to central service and post. Recently, there was one what do you call one என்ன சொல்றது ஒரு பேச்சு வழக்கு போயிட்டு இருக்கு என்னன்னா so civil service recruitmentல IAS recruitment the civil service recruitment that has going to given to the private agent. So private agent going to recruit as such kind of provisions is going on. பேச்சுல போயிட்டு இருக்கு. So how far it will be materialized, we may not know. So Article 309 empowers the Parliament to regulate the recruitment and service condition of the persons appointed in either the central government posts or central services related posts. This is Article 309. Article 310 provides that members of all India services and central services and post hold office during the pleasure of the president. So the president is not happy with your service, or the president receiving any complaint or any impeachment has brought out in your name. Who is having the power? The president is having the power to remove you from the post. So Article 310 giving the power to the president. Okay, that's why until the pleasure of the president, he or she may continue in the post. That means any remark, any bad remark comes to the president knowledge, they can bring any impeachment over on him or she. Article 310. Article 311 provides that no member of all India services and central services and posts shall be dismissed or removed by an authority subordinate to that by which he was appointed. Further says that no such member shall be dismissed or removed or reduced in rank except after an inquiry in which he has been informed of the charges against him and given a reasonable opportunity to be here in respect of those charges. So at the same time, see one angle, Article 310 giving the power to the president to remove him from the post. The pleasure, until the pleasure of the president, he or she may continue. But simply you cannot throw any civil service agent from the post. There are some procedures are there, there are some protocols are there, even you cannot arrest simply. So there should be strong evidence. There are some protocols are there, and you should give a sufficient time for that officer to disprove him is bad remark. So at the same one side, Article 310 giving the power to remove them from the post. Article 311 provides the power to the whom? Power to the civil service agent. Okay. So not that much easy to bring him any impeachment over on him. And then Article 312 authorize the Parliament to create new all India services that include judicial service also. So they can create any, but that has to pass by both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, okay, in the name of national interest. So you want to add any further post in the Indian civil service, okay, Indian administrative service, okay, then you have to get the approval from the Rajya Sabha too. That is Article 312. And then all India judicial service shall not include any post inferior to that of a district judge. That means they are maintaining that equal, that the position, what you call, upholding the position status. Okay, it's not inferior or lower to the rank of district judge. That means they are either the district judge cadre or above the district judge cadre. And then Article 323A authorize the Parliament to provide for the setting up of administrative tribunal for the adjudication or trial of disputes and complaint with respect to recruitment and service condition of the person appointed by the central service and post. Suppose a bad person or unqualified person has been selected means, okay, Article 323A, giving the authorized the parliament to provide the setting the administrative tribunal for adjudicate or validate the appointments. So the tribunal having the power to interfere and inquire and try to find out whether the person is unfit to continue in the post. Recently, in the WhatsApp, I had seen that one IAS officer, not particular, I forget the state name. The judge is asking, that IAS officer is speaking in Tamil, Hindi, but the judge is asking the question that you can't answer in English. You may not know English. This kind of argument which goes between the judge and that respective civil servant cadre. So in this kind of conditions, or unfit person or unqualified persons, okay, or unfit person to hold the position, they can form a tribunal. So Parliament having the power to form the tribunal and interrogate that issue and try to find out the appropriate person to run over the Indian administrative system. Okay. And then through the 42nd Amendment, what do you know? 42nd Amendment was introduced in 1976, made the provision for creation of All India Judicial Service. 42nd Amendment. Judicial Service, no such law has been made so far. And then Article 335. Article 335 lays on the claim of the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe shall be taken into consideration in making appointment to the central service and post, especially SC/ST. Okay, so they should give their representation also in the Indian system. So Article 335, Shekhar Tripathi left. Okay, Article 335 lays down that, okay, the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes shall take into consideration making the appointment to the central service and post. And then system of recruitment, how they were recruited. Present system of recruitment to all India services and higher central services based on some committee recommendation. What are the committee means? There is recruitment procedures. How to recruit the civil servant? There are procedure. For the procedure, some committee which helped. One is Macaulay community, another one Kothari community, third one Satish Chandra community. One is Macaulay community, Macaulay committee, another one Kothari committee, third one Satish Chandra committee. So Macaulay committee on the Indian Civil Service laid that basic policy governing recruitment to civil service for the first time in 1854. When during British India period itself, the committee has given some policy inputs for how to govern the British India administration. That is Macaulay committee. And then Kothari committee, this committee was appointed or constituted in 1974 and they submitted a report in 1976. So government accepted the most of the recommendation in 1978 and implemented them in 1979. Only in 1993 some changes were introduced in the system on the recommendation of this Satish Chandra committee. So Satish Chandra was appointed to UPSC in 1988. They submitted a report in 1989. The government implemented such of its recommendation in 1993 because they are giving some guidelines for recruitment procedure. Now the guideline for recruitment, what they are telling that it may be given to the private hand. Private people, private administrative people can sit and they can recruit our civil servant agent. And then the cycle. Okay, with this I don't want to get into more. The interview test, selection candidate, preliminary test, main test, the papers and those things. Okay. And then another subtopics will get into governance. E-governance. E-governance. Balaji, do you have any idea when the e-governance was introduced in India?
No, sir, I have no idea.
E-governance was first introduced in Kerala only. Whether you are able to guess?
Kerala.
Kerala, the first state in India, to take initiative for mass transformation of ICT by implementation of district-wide e-literacy project called Akshaya in 2002. So, e-literacy project called Akshaya in 2002 only. Under that, Kerala government used the ICT, electronic governance, with the intention of empowering the Kerala.
Okay.
See, after that only central government. But before that, the Kerala state government was the first to take the initiative or brought out e-governance in the Indian political system. Balaji, can you be louder?
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay,
sir. Okay, sir. I'm hearing.
And then who launched e-governance? So National E-Governance Plan was formulated in 2006. So national level, when they are bringing in 2006 only, they're trying to bring out national e-governance called NEGP. By which department? By the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. They call DARPG, DARPG, Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievance. It comes under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology and Ministry of Personal and Public Grievance and Pensions. So, e-governance was introduced at national level in 2006 by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology and Ministry of Personal, Public Grievance and Pension. Before that, the e-governance was brought out by the state government, Kerala state government, in the name of e-literacy project called Akshaya in 2002. Okay. What is the scope of e-governance? Is there any scope? Means e-governance regulates the investment in telecommunication infrastructure, regulate the investment in telecommunication infrastructure, ensure security, budget resources, paisa, don't want to spend more money, monitor assessment, promote awareness among the public. Suppose you are applying for community service, you take it like that. Community service, you have to go to the respective taluka. There BO village administration officer will be there. There Kalleri will be there. First you have to take a form and fill it up. What they'll say? I was very well remember. They will say that you get a signature from the neighbor, you are belong to this so community. Or they will have a personal inspection also. After that, you have to come, you have to submit this report. After that, they'll give you a detailed form, you have to fill it up. Then it will be examined by the VAO. And then it will go to Tahsildar. At last, Tahsildar for taking this to issue your certificate, almost it will take from 3 to 6 months. But under e-governance, what are the records? Under e-governance, you can apply for community certificate. Even you can apply for for death certificate, birth certificate, even my daughter's son's birth certificate, I downloaded from the Tamil Nadu government portal only, e-portal only. So e-portal, let's see, I am living in Pondicherry. See, if I get any call, okay, automatically line having some problem. Sorry.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay. So it saved my time. My daughter's son took birth in Chennai. Now I'm living in Pondicherry. To get a birth certificate, no need to go. I can apply. I can get it through online itself. This is the advantage of the e-governance. Through that, we can avoid the malpractices, corruption. No need to pay any money to anyone else. What are the requirements asked by the e-portal? Just I'm feeding. After feeding that, it will generate. They ask me to pay this kind of fees, the nominal fees. So through that, I can save my time. I can save my money. We are not part of the corruption also like that. So e-governance having some certain advantages also. What are the basic objectives of e-governance? The electronic governance in India means or elsewhere. One is to satisfactorily fulfill the public needs and expectations by simplifying their interactions with the various online services. To satisfactorily fulfill the public needs and expectations by hello Balaji. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sorry, Balaji.
Okay,
Because suddenly, because I'm taking with support of cell mobile phones. If you get any call,
Okay, sir.
suddenly
Okay.
disturb. Okay,
Okay, sir.
so
No problem.
thank you. One is satisfactorily fulfill the public needs and expectations by simplifying the interaction with the various online services. Second one, to facilitate speedy, transparency, accountability. Because I applied, why this much of time you are taking to issue the certificate? So there are accountability. Otherwise, I didn't get the form. That form is like with that file. So red tapeism. So transparency, accountability, efficiency, and the effective process for performing the government administration activities. So e-government playing a major role in the government sector rather than private sector. Private sector, we are not that much only for applying for some courses. They are also, but very prominently more effective in public sector. Okay. What are the major objectives of electronic governance, e-governance? One is enhancement of the delivery of services to residents. Second one, information delivery is simple. Third one, boost coordination between states or between the central and the states. Boost communication with the companies and various section. Bringing accountability and openness to the governmental issues. Okay. So these are the basic objectives for promoting e-governance in Yeah. And then, what are the pillars of e-governance? Because e-governance, if you take a building, based upon the pillars on the buildings are standing. Like that, e-governance stands on which pillar? There are 4 pillars. One is people, because animals cannot go and feed, they cannot demand. So people, and the process, technology, resources. These are the 4 pillars for e-governance. One is people, process, technology, resources. And then other subsequent benefits also under e-governance. What are the subsequent benefits by having a e-governance? Better access to information, better access to information and quality services for citizens. ICT, information communication technology, would make available timely and reliable information on various aspects of governance. You can get a reliable information through RTI, Right Information Act. How you are applying? In the form of online only, RTI. So you have the right to access the information from the government office, not from the private office. Through what? Through with the help of ICT. So better access your communication or information and your quality of services for all the citizens of India. And then other benefit, simplicity and efficiency in the government. Simplicity and efficiency in the government. And then expanded reach of governance. Your governance will be expanded, widening because of e-governance. Suppose, see, I am getting a percentage through e-governance. What I will say, I will tell to my brothers and sisters also, this is the procedure. You send me the detail. I will upload your documents. Easily you can get your. So no need to go, no need to take leave, no need to waste your salary, no need to waste your time, no need to waste to spend for a transport or the other things, auto or car or anything. So these are the ways which we can get the draw the benefit. And the transparency you can see in the e-governance. More than the corruption, you can minimize the corruption in e-governance. Other mission will ask, okay, mission wala, the so and so the clerk going to do this work, you give me some money, this is his number, whether it will upload it, nothing. So the e-governance will help you to reduce the corruption level. Okay, so better access, simplicity, efficiency, and you can wider your governance, or you can have the transparency. More than that, overall that corruption, you can minimize the corruption in e-governance. And then, what are the key elements of e-governance? Key elements. Application of information and communication technology and use of electronic delivery channels, nothing but internet. So e-governance can be executed with the help of support of internet. Without internet, you cannot upload your documents. You cannot ask, this is my demand, you provide this certificate, you provide this detail, nothing will be possible. So there is the internet playing a major role. See, earlier you don't have internet, we'll write in the paper. Okay, we'll write in the paper, sir, so officer, please kindly consider, I applied for this, so far there is no response, I am unable to come to the respective department, kindly consider this letter, please do the needful. Like that, you have to write a letter and you have to go to the post office, buy the stamp, paste it, it will take some weeks to go, and reply it will take months to come. But in the e-governance, these kind of things will be there because with the help of internet. And then delivers key and tangible business benefits. Delivers key and tangible business benefits. Business benefit through e-governance. You can put a tomato. Okay, earlier tomato price was went up like anything. It went even 120, 150, something like that. But one farmer in Karnataka, he sold a little bit cheaper price. It goes up to 150, but he charged some 80 or something like that. You won't believe, within a month, he became the crorepati, the farmer. How means in the name of online, he put up the news, and the bag sold per bag or 15 kg, something like that. It cost 380, 480 rupees like that. So because of demand, more orders has been given to him. So in the short span of a few minutes of communication, புரியுதா ஒரு பெரிய புரட்சி ஏற்படுத்தி அந்த வியாபாரம் அந்த என்ன சொல்றது அந்த ஃபார்மர் குரோர்பதி ஆயிட்டார். பெரிய லட்சாதிபதி கூட கிடையாது, குரோர்பதி ஆயிட்டார் அந்த தக்காளி சீசன்ல வித்ததுல. அதான் மனுஷோட நேரம் சொல்லணும். அதுக்கெல்லாம் எது உதவியா இருந்துச்சு? இந்த ஆன்லைன் சிஸ்டம் வந்து e-governance ரொம்ப உதவியா இருந்துச்சு. அது involves new operational framework. Example, the processes and organization setup. Okay, the e-governance playing a major role. And then under e-governance, what are the projects that been introduced by the government of India? அது தெரியணும் நம்மளுக்கு. e-governance பேசுறோம். e-governance மூலமா என்னென்ன ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸ், என்னென்ன inputs are given by the government of India to the public பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஒன்னோட சொல்லுவாங்க. Smart government. Smart government, it includes digital files rather than paper ones. It includes digital files rather than paper ones. பாருங்க, உதாரணமா இந்த பேப்பர் டாக்குமெண்ட்னா ஃபயர் ஆயிடுச்சு, ரெக்கார்டே இல்லை, இது மாதிரி கதெல்லாம் சொல்ல முடியாது. It already stored in the computer, the internet. Anywhere, even sitting in Delhi or sitting in America, you can draw those details. So digital files rather than paper ones. So its main focus on operation simplification, information management, and process automation, especially it used at the Secretariat of Andhra Pradesh. So AP government, our information management, process automation, everything was done in the project called Smart Government. Project was Smart Government. See, the state government involved in e-government. And another project called Kajana project. This project was introduced by the Karnataka government. Enna panana? Initiative led to the digitalizing the state government old treasury data. Treasury la சம்பளம் போடுறாங்கல, treasury data ஒட்டுமொத்தமா டிஜிட்டல் ஆயிட்டாங்க. டிஜிட்டல் ஆகுறதுனால என்னன்னா, கிட்டத்தட்ட 40,000 officers are employed, and then more than 21,000 other training people are required to execute to do the treasury work. சம்பளம் போடுறதுக்கு கவர்மெண்ட் ஆபீசருக்கு, கவர்மெண்ட் எம்ப்ளாய் சம்பளம் போடுறதுக்கு 40,000 ஆபீசரும் சப்போர்ட்டிங் ஸ்டாஃப் வந்து 21,000 சப்போர்ட்டிங் ஸ்டாஃப் தேவையா. இந்த டிஜிட்டலைசேஷனால கர்நாடகால பண்ணதுனால என்ன ஆச்சுன்னா, roughly 2,000 employees software employees are used. Through that, they are eliminating 200 positions in the treasury department and further so on. So another chapter பாத்தீங்கன்னா புரியுதுங்களா? இந்த e-governance ஆட்களோட நம்பர்ஸை குறைச்சி போயிடுது. அதெல்லாம் கவர்மெண்ட் லாபம் தானே. நோ நீட்ல இவ்வளவு பேர் வந்து எம்ப்ளாய் பண்ண அவசியம் இல்லைல்ல. That's another advantage. That is Kajana project introduced by Karnataka government, Smart government that's introduced by Andhra government. And the Digital India program, you know this Digital India program. The Department of Electronics and Information Technology launched this project. This program sought to empower the nation by advancing its digital infrastructure. Till date, 2000 till date, the program various phases of implementation were completed. Overall, 12,000 remote post offices have been electronically linked due to the agenda. இப்போ எலக்ட்ரானிக் கோடிங் தான் போஸ்ட் ஆஃபீஸ்லாம். முன்ன மாதிரி ஸ்டாம்ப் ஒட்டலாம் கிடையாது. ஒரு பிரிண்ட் அவுட் வரும், அந்த பிரிண்ட் அவுட்ல எலக்ட்ரானிக் கோடிங் ஒட்டுவாங்க, அவ்வளவுதான் ஸ்கேன் பண்ணுவாங்க. Through this electronic coding, you can check where your letter is traveling, which destination to reach, whether it's reached or going to reach, you can know everything with the help of digitalization. The post they are doing marvelous work. And another system called E-Kranti scheme. E-Kranti scheme. This is aimed to bring computers, cell phones, and the internet to remote locations. The program includes setting up IT-related jobs in rural areas and connecting the government country's distant community to the internet. So the E-Kranti scheme comes up not in the vision board project. So E-Kranti scheme, especially to create a employment opportunity for the rural people, okay, and IT-related jobs. So there are nearly 44 missions has been implemented in this scheme. That is E-Kranti scheme. Another scheme called E-Government in Municipalities. E-Government in Municipalities. E-Governments. So it is a project carried out under the jurisdiction of the Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission and the National E-Governance. So this project carried out under the jurisdiction, who will do means Jawaharlal Nehru National Urban Renewal Mission and the National E-Governance Plan. So it aims to improve the efficiency with whom? With the urban local bodies. According to the NEGP, statewide area network, state data center, common service center. Common service center only we are getting the Aadhaar and all. And the service delivery gateway are the four infrastructure pillars government has chosen to implement e-governance. Okay, and then sixth project, public distribution system. Public distribution system. Public distribution system included automated fare pricing shops. Automatically fare pricing shop, previous addressing mechanism, mechanized food grain storage, transportation, etc. இதையும் வந்து e-governance கொண்டு வந்தாங்க. ஸோ உங்களோட ஃபுட் கிரெயின் ஸ்டோர் பண்ணுறது, டெலிவரி பண்ணுறது, டிரான்ஸ்போர்ட் பண்ணுறது, pricing ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணுறது, everything comes under the e-governance. That's why I told that the farmer, 150 ரூபா போற ரேஞ்சில் போற தக்காளிக்கு வந்து அவர் வந்து சார்ஜ் 70 or 80 rupees something like that through e-governance சொல்லி ஒன்று எனக்கு ஆர்டர் கொடு கேட்டோம்னா அவர் போட்ட ஏங்க 6 ரூபா 10 ரூபா இந்த தக்காளி வந்து 80 ரூபா 70 ரூபாய் பெரிய ப்ராஃபிட் அவருக்கு. அவர் நேரம் அந்த நேரம் பார்த்து தக்காளி வந்துச்சாரு. So he got a huge money through that business. And then e-panchayats. Since the panchayat institutions have not been greatly impacted by the e-governance revolution, the computerization of panchayat is done on a mission mode basis. Ministry of Panchayat Raj, Government of India launched e-governance project known as e-Panchayat to improve the standard of governance in Panchayat Raj institution, including 6,094 box Panchayat and 633 Zilla Panchayat are receiving the e-governance or e-facilities, electronic governance. So e-Panchayat was introduced by the Ministry of Panchayat Raj. And then digital locker, DigiLocker, that is new concept which was introduced in India. Under the framework of Digital India, the Indian government launched a plan called DigiLocker. DigiLocker தெரியும் உங்களுக்கு. The initiative's key goals are to be go paperless and ensure the security of papers that can easily accessible from any location and in any time. So important records may be digitally kept in DigiLocker, including Aadhaar card, transcripts of documents and certifications, Utilizing DigiLockers fundamentally requires having an Aadhaar number. DigiLocker had 20.13 lakhs users in 2016. நீங்க கூட இன்டர்நெட்ல ஒரு டிஜிலாக்கர் ஓபன் பண்ணி உங்களோட சர்டிபிகேட்ஸ் எல்லாத்தையும் ஸ்கேன் பண்ணி அது உள்ள வைக்கலாம். கோடு கொடுத்து யாருனாலும் ஓபன் பண்ண முடியாது. பட் wherever you are going, you can carry your documents. People are doing like that only. ஸ்கேன் பண்ணி உள்ள போடுறாங்க டிஜிலாக்கர்ஸ். இது நம்ம லெவல்ல பண்ணுறது, கவர்மெண்ட் லெவல்ல வித்தியாசம். அவங்களோட முக்கியமான டாக்குமெண்ட்ஸ் இதெல்லாம் பார்த்து பெரிய பெரிய புரட்சியா இருக்கு. இதெல்லாம் நம்ம பார்க்கணும். ஓகே, so far what are the schemes, how the scheme was introduced, when they brought, who was introduced, எல்லாம் பார்த்தோம். Now இதுல வந்து சில challenges in the e-governance. It's not an easy task. So what are the challenges in e-governance, electronic governance means? First challenge, trust. நம்பிக்கை, trust. Suppose ஆதார் டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூஷன் பண்றாங்க. ஆதார் வந்து nowadays is mandatory everywhere. Aadhaar, without Aadhaar, even the bank account, you cannot open a bank account. You cannot take money from your account without linking your Aadhaar. So they are given a sufficient time for take Aadhaar. After that, they made it a mandatory. Aadhaar link பண்ணலனா you cannot take money. என்ன பண்ணாங்க ஜனங்கள்லாம் ஓடுனாங்க பேங்க்குக்கு ஆதார் கார்டு எடுத்துட்டு ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணதுக்கு. So you cannot keep away from the recent developments. But overall that people should have the trust over the government. But trust இல்லைன்னு வச்சு கவர்மெண்ட் மேல, அரசாங்கம் மேல நம்பிக்கை இல்லைன்னு வச்சுன்னா மக்கள் இப்போ ஒரு மக்கள் ரெண்டு மக்கள் போலன்னா பணம் எடுக்கலன்னா நீ வந்து many people are refusing to follow the procedure. What will happen? That is not an effective policy. Government cannot do anything. Government can't do anything. The more, because we are living in a democratic form of government. Government ஒரு பாலிசியை கொண்டு வருதுன்னா அதுக்கு மக்களோட சப்போர்ட் இல்லைன்னா ஒன்றுமே பண்ண முடியாது. எந்த பாலிசியா இருந்தாலும் சரி, நம்ம யூனிட்டியா இருந்தா அது நம்மளுக்கு கெட்டதா இருக்குதுன்னா அந்த பாலிசிய எதிர்க்கிறோம்னா கண்டிப்பா கவர்மெண்ட் அதை வித்ட்ரா பண்ணி தான் ஆகணும். பிகாஸ் அவர் கவர்மெண்ட் இஸ் வெல்ஃபேர் கவர்மெண்ட், மக்கள் நல விரும்பி, ஏன்னா மக்களால் தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்ட அரசாங்கம். அதனால மக்களுக்கு நம்பிக்கை இல்லாத எந்த ஒரு விஷயத்தை அவங்க கொண்டு வந்தாங்கன்னா நம்பிக்கை இல்லாத போடுவாங்க. அதான் நம்பிக்கை இல்லாத தீர்மானத்தை வந்து அரசாங்கம் இல்லைன்னா அடுத்த 5 வருஷம் எலெக்ஷன் வருதுல, எலெக்ஷன்ல நம்ம வேலையை காட்டிடுவோம். அதுக்காக மக்களோட ஃபீட்பேக், மக்களோட பல்ஸ் வச்சுதான் அரசாங்கம் இயங்கும். So trust. The people should have a faith in the government and feel at ease and confident using tools and techniques that are available to them. But because of cyber crimes and other causes, public trust is eroded. Even we are keeping some money in our account. So some people are having the fear to get it to do the internet what you call internet பேங்க் இன்டர்நெட் போறது நிறைய பேர் யோசிக்கிறாங்க. ஏன்னா ஒரு சிலர், நிறைய பேர்ல ஒரு சிலர் பயம், எங்கடா நம்ம பணம் வந்து போயிட போதும், நம்ம பணம் வேற யாருமா வந்து அட்வான்ஸா இந்த டெக்னாலஜி பயன்படுத்தி சாரி ஹலோ
ஹலோ
தேங்க்யூ. ஸோ அதான் கால் வந்து உடனே கட் ஆகுது. அதான்
ஓகே சார்.
தேங்க்யூ. So people should have the trust over on the government. Unless that trust, they cannot execute any governance. உதாரணமா ஒரு 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 கம்யூனிட்டி சர்டிபிகேட் எடுத்துக்கோ, பர்த் சர்டிபிகேட் எடுத்துக்கோ, டிரைவிங் லைசன்ஸ் எடுத்துக்கோ, ஏதாவது ஒரு e-governance போற வச்சுக்கலாம். மக்களுக்கு அதை நம்பிக்கையில வச்சுக்கேன். யாரும் அப்ளை பண்ண, நிறைய பேர் அப்ளை பண்ண வச்சுக்கலாம். அந்த ஸ்கீம் வந்து they have to drop out. Then they have to come back to the conventional method. கன்வென்ஷனல் மெத்தட் போனோம், அப்ளிகேஷன் வாங்கணும், ஃபில்அப் பண்ணணும், லைன்ல இருந்து பணம் கட்டணும், டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ணணும், சதானம் கொடுக்கணும். அதே கன்வென்ஷனல் மெத்தட் போகும். ஸோ If they doesn't have trust na, nambikilana, they cannot execute any e-governance. So one of the factors which is challenging the e-governance trust erode ஆச்சுன்னா, trust தேய்ந்து நம்பிக்கை தேயுதுன்னா, you cannot execute. That is one of the big factors challenging the e-governance. Still, many people are see, I'm drawing a salary from Indian Bank, but I never see, even though I'm literate person, okay, I never linked with the, what you call GPA or something like that, because slightly I'm having some fear, even though so many people are using it. So I'm a person who completed PhD and serving as a faculty in the Pondicherry Central University. Still, I'm having slight fear because the trust. How far the trust? Because after getting the complete trust over on me, because it can be applied to any individuals. So that the individuals how far trusting the system based upon the only e-governance will be executed. The lack of trust will erode the e-governance outcome. Another thing, digital divide. The term digital divide describes the gap between the individuals and the computer technology, access to computer technology. So, if Munala, for ticket booking, what we'll do, we'll go to the respective railway station. Okay, nearby railway station, we'll do the ticket. Nowadays, sitting in home, we are doing the train booking and even booking the flight tickets. But if I'm not well aware in the technology, Madhav, நான் கிளாஸ் முடிச்சேன், நீங்க பாத்துங்க முடிச்சிட்டீங்களா? ஒரு 2 minutes தண்ணி விடுறோம் ஷேர் பண்றேன். ஹலோ ஹலோ
ஹலோ சார்.
Sorry, this is a problem. So if I'm not aware on computer knowledge, automatically it divides us. It will make me, it will create a distance with me. So to access the e-governance, computer knowledge is very much essential. So that is also one of the factors, because many rural areas, few people only able to access the internet and do the other things. Now they gradually are learning, but still the wide gap is there in India. The lack of awareness. E-governance மூலமா நிறைய விஷயத்தை சாதிக்கலாம் சொல்ற தன்மை குறைஞ்சி போச்சு. அந்த போதுமான நாலேஜ் இல்லாம இருக்குது. முன்னாடி எல்லாம் இப்ப என்ன சொல்றாங்க, ஈவன் கம்யூனிட்டி சர்டிஃபிகேட் அப்ளை பண்ணி போக தேவையில்லைங்க, நீங்க போர்ட்டல்லே நீங்க அப்ளை பண்ணிடலாம். ஈவன் பாஸ்போர்ட்டுக்கு நீங்க இதுல அப்ளை பண்ணிட்டு ஒரு நாள் மட்டும் கூப்பிடுவாங்க, அன்னைக்கு மட்டும் போங்க. இதுக்காக நீங்க எல்லாம் போயிட்டு ஏஜென்சியோ யாரையும் பார்க்க தேவையில்ல, நீங்களே பண்ணலாம். சோ அவேர்னஸ் போதுமான அவேர்னஸ் இல்லைன்னா I cannot take the e-governance. அண்ணன் வெயிட் பண்ண சொல்லுவாங்க. And the cost in developing nation like India, cost significantly impact how widely e-governance is used. இப்போ e-governance அக்சஸ் பண்ணது என்ன வேணும்? இப்ப நான் கிளாஸ் எடுக்கிறேன், அதுக்கு எனக்கு என்ன தேவை? அட்லீஸ்ட் மினிமம் செல்போன், ஸ்மார்ட் செல்போன் வேணும். நார்மல் செல்போன் கிடையாது, ஸ்மார்ட் செல்போன் இருந்தா தான் I can able to handle the classes. Otherwise I should have the PCP tab ஏதாவது ஒன்று இருக்கணும். So cost, that is also one of the factors challenging the e-governance. And then accessibility, low computer literacy, and then resistance to change. சிலர் என்னதான் e-governance மூலமா whatever the revolution, whatever the new things you brought out, okay, எதிர்ப்பு இருந்துட்டே இருக்கும். So அந்த எதிர்ப்பு வளராம குறையினுடைய வளர்ந்துச்சுன்னா, that is also one of the factors challenging the e-governance in India or elsewhere. புரியுதுங்களா? So with this I will wind up, because another teacher is waiting, already 1:05. Thank you, Balaji. Now Kumar has joined. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
See you.
Sir,
See you.
doubts.
Thanks for your patience. Bye.
Sir,
Bye. Thank you.
sir, 1 second.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, 1 second.
Yes, yes. Hello.
இந்த வீடியோ எப்போ சார் யூடியூப்ல அப்லோட் பண்ணுவாங்க? ஏன்னா நிறைய பேர் அட்டென்ட் பண்ணல.
என்னங்க?
இந்த கிளாஸ யூடியூப்ல எப்போ சார் அப்லோட் பண்ணுவாங்க?
அது அந்த கோஆர்டினேட்டர் கிட்ட தான் கேட்கணும். தெரியல எனக்கு கிளாஸ் எடுக்க சொன்னாங்க, நான் எடுக்கிறேன்.
செகண்ட் திங் மாடல் क्वेश्चन பேப்பர்.
நீங்க ஒண்ணு செய்யுங்க. கோஆர்டினேட்டர் நம்பர் உங்களுக்கு எது கொடுத்திருப்பாங்கல இமெயில், அந்த இமெயில்ல கேளுங்க. அப்ப அது மூலமா உங்களுக்கு thank you. Thank you.
Second question, sir. 1 second.
Thank you. Bye for patient. Thank you.
1 second, sir.
Bye.
Sir, model question.
என்னங்க?
Model question paper, sir. Question paper.
Model question paper. இதுல எதுவும் அப்லோட் பண்ணலையா? அப்லோட் பண்ணலையா?
இல்ல
என்னங்க?
இல்ல சார், எதுவும் பண்ணல. எதுவும் பண்ணல சார். எல்லாரும் அதான் கேக்குறாங்க. ஓகே.
சரி, ஒண்ணு செய்யுங்க. நீங்க கேட்டதுனால நான் ஒண்ணா டீடைல் கேட்டு சொல்றேன். என்னோட நம்பர் மட்டும் நோட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க.
ஓகே சார்.
யாருக்கும் குடுத்துறாதீங்க. அப்புறமா கேளுங்க. நான் அவங்க கிட்ட ஏதாவது மாடல் கொஸ்டின் இருந்தா வாங்கி கொடுக்குறேன் உங்களுக்கு. 93.
ஓகே சார். 93.
Please note down my number. 93 80.
Okay sir.
87
80
938087 4025. 938087 4025.
40. ஓகே.
நான் வந்து கன்சர்ன் கோஆர்டினேட்டர் மாடல் கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர் தான் கேக்குறேன். வந்துச்சா உங்களுக்கு வாங்கி
ஓகே
கொடுங்க. சரிங்களா? ஓகே. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Is there anybody on the line?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many were there in the last class? No idea.
Sir, I left for 30 minutes. Now I joined back.
Okay. You are the only person available now.
Oh sir, 2 more students joined in the morning.
Okay. So shall I wait for some more time? A few minutes otherwise?
Okay, sir. I will tell them in WhatsApp.
Okay. I'm on the line only. Just 2-3 minutes, let us wait and we can proceed now. Okay, shall I start then now?
Okay, sir.
Okay. So today's topic is measures of dispersion. In the last class, we have discussed about measures of central tendency. Now it is measures of dispersion. Second unit. So under measures of dispersion, it describes the variability in data. Say for example, let me give an example so that you can understand. Uh, Listen to my example. We have three students, okay? Each scoring marks like this. One student has secured 0 mark. Another student has secured 100 marks. The third student has secured 50 marks. Are you able to get the data now? One is 0, another one is 100, another one is 50. Can you tell me what is the average mark of these three students?
Yes, sir. 50 plus 100 divided by 3.
Yeah, how much? How much it comes?
Sir, 50.
50. 0 plus 50 plus 100. So average mark is 50. Got it? Okay. Let me give another example. The same three students, they got marks like this: 50, 50, 50. All secured 50 marks each. Now you tell me how much is the average?
Sir, 50.
50. Same 50 only. Now another example. One student has secured 40 marks. The third one has secured 60 marks. 40, 50, 60. What is the average? Yes, tell me 40, 50,
Sir,
60.
50, sir, 50.
50. Now, in all the three cases, we got the same average 50, right?
Yes, sir.
But when you say average or mean, it is the value which is very nearer to all this data input in the series. That is the meaning of it. When it is the average, it must be a representative value for, say, when you say 50, it is very near to 40, 60, 50. There is one series 40, 50, 60. 50 is very near and it is equidistant. When you say 40, the student who has scored 40, average is 50, difference is 10. When the students who have secured 60, average is 50, difference is, so it is equidistant and it is really a representative value. You can say average is 50. Another example I have given, all scoring 50. That is also 50, average is 50. Here also the mean as a representative value as a real value. Whereas I have given first example. One student has secured 0, another secured 100, the third one has secured 50. Now if you say average is 50, will it be a representative value for the first student who has secured 0? Can we say it is a representative value? No,
No,
yes,
sir.
only yes, it could only 0, whereas the average is 50. 50 does not represent 0, or 50 does not represent 100. So this is not the real representative value. There is a deviation, much deviation between the actual data and the, central measures of central tendency, that is average. Therefore, in such situations, we used to find out the dispersion, how dispersed from the central value, how much farther distance it is being maintaining from the central value. It is called dispersion. To measure this dispersion, how widely it is spread over, to put it in simple words, how widely it is spread over from the central value, that we have to measure. That measure is known as measure of dispersion. We have different types of measure of dispersion: range, Is it visible on the screen? Range, mean deviation, quartile deviation, standard deviation, coefficient of variation. These are all
Yes,
the
sir.
various measures of dispersion. Let me just explain about this one by one. Okay. The first one is range. Range is the difference between the largest value and smallest value. Range is the difference between the largest value and the smallest value. The formula is L minus S. L represents largest value, S represents smallest value. Do you understand this? Note down the formula. Range is equal to L minus S. L is equal to largest value. S is equal to smallest value. Note down this. And listen to this example carefully. Here is an example. What will be example 1? What will be the range of the following data? 32, 41, 28, something like that, you don't know. Are you able to read out the values now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now, you tell me from that which is the largest value of this series and smallest value of the series. You find out from that and tell me. Which is the largest
The
value?
largest is 54 and smallest is 23.
Now you find the difference, that is the range.
Yes, sir. 31.
Okay. Understood? Next example. You go through this example. There are 6 boys and 6 girls. Their ages are given. Find out the range for each group. First you find out the range for girls and then boys, and then combining together you find out the range. And tell me the answer. What is the range for girls? What is the largest value for girls?
Sir, 10.
10. Smallest value?
Smallest is 6, sir.
So range is
4, sir.
for boys.
Sir, it's 10. 17 minus 7.
Yes, yes, you are correct. For both put together, all the values we can compare. Both put together.
Sir, it will be 11.
Exactly, exactly. 11 is the correct answer. Now I think you understood the meaning of range, no? Now from this problem, you tell me range value. Ten to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, it goes up to 70 to 80. So these are the values. Frequency means number of times the same value occurs again and again. That is called frequency. So values are 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50. It goes up to 70 to 80. Now you tell me the range of these values. This is the smallest value of this.
Sir, 10.
10. Largest value.
80, sir.
So range is.
Sir, 70.
That's all. Over. Now let us move on to mean deviation. Second part of mean deviation. Right? They think mean deviation. I will take a screenshot, whatever it is. Mean deviation, otherwise known as average deviation, also. It is calculating. Now the mean deviation can be calculated by using mean or median or mode. Either of this can be used. All the 3 averages can be used to find out the mean deviation. Now, how to find out mean deviation? Let me say now. For individual series, note down this. Mean deviation for individual series or raw data. Individual series or raw data. Right? Now you take down this formula. Is it clear? Is it visible formula? Mean
Yes,
deviation
sir.
from mean. Yes, mean deviation from mean. Sigma modulus x minus x bar by n. Otherwise, it is known as sigma modulus d by n. Take down this formula. I will explain you how to work out this now. Take down this problem also. Calculate mean deviation from mean and median for the given data 10, 18, 21, 32, 44. 5 values are there. Further, we have to find out mean deviation. Shall I start working this now?
Yes, sir.
Now, we have given 5 values 10, 18, 21, 32, 44. Tell me what is the mean for this average? Can you tell me the mean value for this? What is to be done?
Sir, 25, sir.
Yes, exactly, you are correct. So, calculating mean deviation from mean, the part is like this. We have put every value here. Just reduce this. See, 10, 18, 21, 32, 44. Deviation from mean, that is x minus x bar. X bar is mean, x is the value. X minus x bar. You have already find out mean is 25, right? Now x minus x bar, x is 10. 10 minus 25. How much it will come? From each value, I repeat, from each value, that is 10, 18, 21, 32, 44, from each value, we have to subtract mean value. Mean value is 25. Therefore, from each value, 25 is to be subtracted. That means 10 minus 25, 18 minus 25, 21 minus 25, 32 minus 25, 44 minus 25. If you do this, what will be the answer? Say 10 minus 25. How much is the answer?
Sir, 15.
It's not 15,
Minus 50, sir. Yes,
But
sir.
we will not take minus value or plus value. We take only absolute value. That is why it is called modulus. When you put say bracket between this value x minus x bar, that is called modulus. Modulus means absolute value. No positive, no negative. Just a difference. That is why it is not entered as minus 15 or minus 7 or minus 6 or plus 7 or plus 19. Nothing like that. It is modulus value. Modulus means absolute value. No negative, no positive. Okay. Now you find out the total of this modulus value. 15, 7, 4, 7, 19, 52. Am I correct? This is the table.
Yes, sir.
Now you apply the formula. This is for mean 25. Mean deviation from mean sigma x minus x bar by n. That is 52 by 5. N number of items. 52 by 5 is equal to 10.4. This is mean deviation from mean. Right?
Yes, sir.
Similarly, you can find out mean deviation from median. From median also you can find out mean deviation. Let me take the same problem again. I will go back to that. Say 10, 18, 21, 32, 44 is the values given in the problem. Okay. Can you tell me the median value of this now? It is in ascending order itself. So you can easily find out mean value. How many items are there?
Sir, 21 is the median value.
Exactly. 21 is the median value. Now we have to find out modulus x minus median instead of x minus x bar. You see that 21 is the median. Now we have to find out the difference. 10 minus 21, 18 minus 21, 21 minus 21, like that. You take sigma modulus x minus median. Then divide this 48 by 5. You will get the answer 9.6. Are you able to understand it now? If it is mean deviation from mean, find out mean and then find out the difference. The total of difference divided by number of items will give you mean deviation. If it is mean deviation from median, find out median, that value is to be subtracted from all the values. Then you will get mean deviation from median. And the concept is clear now?
Yes, sir.
Now let me move on to the quartile deviation, next part of this. Okay? Quartile deviation. The formula for quartile deviation is, you take down this formula please, quartile deviation formula. Q3 minus Q1 divided by 2. Q3 minus Q1 divided by 2. Quartile deviation QD is equal to Q3 minus Q1 by 2. Okay, let me now tell you what is this Q3 and Q1. Q1 is the first quartile. Q1 is the first quartile. Q3 is the third quartile, otherwise known as lower quartile and upper quartile. We have to find out lower quartile and upper quartile and then find out the quartile deviation, right? Now, let me work out a problem so that you will find out that. Say, example 1, is it clear on the screen, example 1?
Yes, sir.
What are the values given?
Just 17, 7, 27.
Okay, now what is to be done is, like median. Under median, what we have done, we have just arranged the order in the ascending, arrange the data in the ascending order. No, like that we have to arrange it first. For finding quartiles also, we have to arrange the data in the ascending order. So this data is being arranged in the ascending order. 2, 5, 7, 7, 8, 8, 10, 10, 14, 15, 17, 18, 24, 27, 28, and 48. These are the data arranged in an ascending order. How many items are there in total?
So 16.
16, very good. Now can you remember the formula for median? Can you tell the formula for median of raw data? N plus 1 by tooth item. Could you remember that? N plus 1 by tooth item. Value of N plus 1 by tooth item. That is the formula for median. Now the formula for quartile is N plus 1 by fourth item. Instead of N plus 1 by 2, you put N plus 1 by 4. Because median means half, 1 by 2. So it is 2. Quartile means 1/4. 1/4 part of this. Therefore 1 by 4. N plus 1 by fourth item. What will be the answer then? Tell me now.
So 17 by 4.
17 by 4. Yes. I will do one thing. I will remove one value from this. So that it can be easy for you to find out. I will take another problem. Wait, just a minute. Sorry, do one thing. Same problem. You take the same problem. You remove this 48 from the series. Remove the value of 48. Then what will happen? 48 will not come here. Okay. Now, how many items are there?
So 15 then.
15 items are there. Now, what is the value of our first quartile? I will write the formula for that.
4, sir.
Okay. So first quartile formula is Q, that is Q1. Formula is value of n plus 1 by 4th item. Okay. Now applying this formula, what you will get is 15 plus 1, 15 plus 1 by 4th item. Okay. Value of. Now, what is the value of this? This is 4th item. Am I correct? 4th
Yes,
item.
sir.
What is the value of 4th item? Find out from the ascending order now. Ascending order is 2, 5, 7, 7, 8, 8, 10, 10, 14, 15, 17, 18, 24, 27, 28. What is the 4th item here? In this, what is the 4th item?
So 7.
7. So Q1 is equal to 7. Similarly, we have to find out value of the 3rd quartile. I'll give the formula, you find out that. Okay. Yes, this is the formula for this. You just find out the value.
So it will be 12.
That means 12th item. Yeah, 12th item. What is the value of 12th item? What is the value of 12th item in the series? Just you see this. This is the series. 12th item. What is
Sir,
the value?
18.
18. So
18.
Q3 is equal to 18. Now, quartile deviation. Quartile deviation is represented as QD, that is equal to Q3 minus Q1 divided by 2. Now you tell me the value of this. How much is Q3? 18. Right?
Yes, sir.
What we have calculated 18 minus Q1 7 divided by 2. Therefore, quartile deviation is equal to 1.5. Are you able to understand this now? Quartile deviation.
Sir, it will be 5.5.
No, 18 minus. Okay. 11, therefore 5.5. I've added that. Okay. 18 minus 7, 11, 5.5. Yes, you are correct. So this is how quartile deviation is calculated. First you have to find out Q3 and Q1 and then quartile deviation. Okay. Then comes very important topic of this unit, standard deviation. Now, you just note down this for my illustration 1. I will explain you how to find out standard deviation. Find out standard deviation for set of items 6, 4, 3, 6, 3, 4, 6, 7, 15, 25. Okay. What is the mean value for this? You tell me now. Mean value. Write down the problem and find out mean value. X bar is equal to how much?
Sir, mean is 10.
You note down X bar is equal to 10. Then you take down this table. Under this table, first column you can leave, item number you can leave. You need not write this item number. You start with X, X minus X bar, X minus X bar the whole square. And tell me whether you are able to understand these values. Note down first in your notebook and then tell me if you are able to understand it or not. X bar mean is equal to 10. The 10 is to be subtracted from all these X value 3, 4, 6, 7, 10, 15. You will get X minus X bar. That is 3 minus 10, 4 minus 10, 6 minus 10, 7 minus 10, 15 minus 10, 20 minus 10. You will get minus 7, minus 6, minus 4, minus 3, 5 and 15. The total you have to find out for that also. Then next column is X minus X bar the whole square. X minus X bar is minus 7 whole square. Minus 7 into minus 7, 49. Like that, minus 6 into minus 6, 36. Like that, the square value is arrived at. You find out total of all the columns.
Yes, sir.
Right? Now, X bar is depicted here. X bar you already calculated, no? Don't worry about it. Now, take down the formula for standard deviation. A standard deviation is notified like this symbol. This is the symbol for standard deviation. This is called sigma. Sigma. This is called sigma. Standard deviation sigma. Is it clear now? Write down this symbol. Sigma. The formula is this one. Root of 1 by n sigma x minus x bar the whole square. Root of 1 by n sigma x minus x bar the whole square. Write down the formula. And let us apply this method. N is equal to number of items. There are 6 items. 1 by 6 into 360. So 360 by 6, root of 360 by 6. That is equal to root of 60. Root of 60 is 7.7 approximately. When you work out in the calculator, you will find out this 7.7 approximately.
Yes, sir.
Are you able to understand this now? How to work out this? This is for raw data. Similarly, let me teach you for discrete series. Take down this problem now. After taking down this problem, we have to work out the table, and the table values can be taken for calculating standard deviation. Draw the table with these columns x, f, fx, x minus x bar, f into x minus x bar the whole square. You can
Sir,
take
F
the
will
table.
be sir F
Pardon?
will be multiplied every time.
This one? Which column?
Yes, sir. F
F
x.
into x. F is multiplied with x. Or x is multiplied with x. Both are same. xf or fx both are same. 10 into 3, 12 into 5, 14 into 9 like that. Then you find out the mean value and then come back to this column, fourth column, x minus x bar. For mean value, sigma fx by sigma f. That is 800 by 50. You will get mean value as 16. That 16 is to be subtracted from all these values from x. I will show you the mean value also here. See, sigma fx by n. Sigma fx 800, 800 by n 50 is equal to 16. Again, going back to this table, sigma fx 800, sigma f 50. So 800 by 50, 16 you will get. Then compute fourth column and then fifth column. First we have to find out mean. X minus x bar. X means first column. X is the first column. X bar is equal to 16. So 10 minus 16, 12 minus 16, 14 minus 16, 16 minus 16, 18 minus 16, 20 minus 16, 20 minus 16. You will get x minus x bar. This is squared up and then multiplied with f. First you square up this, minus 6 into minus 6, 36. That 36 again multiplied with f, that is 3. 108. Like that, 4 into 4, 16, 16 into 5, 80. Just be careful and see how it is calculated. If there is a doubt, you tell me immediately.
Okay, sir.
All the totals you enter, no? sigma fx minus sigma f into x minus x bar the whole square total. Last column total. Over.
Sir, I got root over of 44 divided by 5.
Which one, ma? This one.
Answer, sir.
The formula is given here. 1 by 50 into
44 divided by 5.
not 5, but 50. Sigma f. This is sigma f 50.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
Variance means without root. Remove the root and work out, that is called variance. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now the next problem, continuous series. Take down this quickly. Taken down, you find out the mean first for this. This is the values.
Sir, why is n equal to 15?
Which one, ma?
If summation fx divided by n.
This one, no, I am not
Yes,
getting
sir.
it. Summation of fx by n. N means here sigma f.
I couldn't understand, sir, why n equal to 15.
That is sigma x, sigma f. That n is equal to sigma f, not number of items, because it is not, raw data. In the raw data, only number of items taken. In other series, discrete or continuous, sigma f is taken as n. The sigma f 4 plus 8 plus 2 plus 1. No, this 15 is taken as n here.
Okay, sir. Yes.
Now you proceed with x minus x bar, the whole square, f into x minus x bar, all this. X means m. M only is x here. Mid value only x, not the mass. The mid value will be taken as x. All good. All of you go out. Don't come here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now the formula is 1 minus n. Here n is equal to sigma f. Sigma f into m minus x bar, the whole square. Do you get that?
Yes, sir. Root over of 160 by 15.
Yeah. If you remove the root, that is called variance.
Okay, sir.
So this is all about second unit. Okay. You noted down all the formula, no?
Yes, sir.
So with that, the second unit is over. In the next class, I will take up the third unit. Okay.
Sir, can you send me some problems to solve so that I can practice the solutions?
Okay, I will send by mail otherwise. Right now, I don't have with me anything. I can prepare the problems, set the problems and let me send you. Do you have study material with
Okay.
you?
What, sir?
Study material supplied from the
Yes,
university.
yes, sir. I have study material. Yes.
Yeah, then you find out some problems there. If you are able to work out, you tell me. Otherwise, there is a doubt, you call me. Tell me
Okay,
the
sir.
next.
Sir, I am providing my mail in the chat box.
Okay. Okay. Not necessary. You tell me that you give me your mail ID. Otherwise, you take my mail ID. You send the details. I will send through mail
Okay, okay, sir.
or through WhatsApp, something like that. Which one is comfortable? I have noted down your mail ID. I will just send some problems for your practice.
Sir, in call messages, I sent you the mail.
Okay. Okay. I have noted down.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.